Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome to the first qualifying day of the 2023 Formula 1 season. Great to finally be back doing these, and of course we're going to be live for plenty of hours covering so much stuff today on the first real, Grand Prix weekend of the season. And yeah, we've got plenty to get into. Practice 3, you can see on the top left of your screen, gets underway in about 14 minutes time. Qualifying starts in just under 4 hours from now, and I cannot wait to see what we're going to get in qualifying in terms of the results. And of course, in between practice 3 and qualifying, I'll be doing a watch along for the F2 sprint race as well. So like I said, we have got so much to get through in the next 5 hours or so. And I hope you guys are ready for it, to join me for all of that stuff. Hope you're all doing well, by the way, no matter what time it is in your part of the world. I hope you're all having a good day. And yeah, hopefully today you'll join me in watching along and enjoying Practice 3, the F2 sprint race, and the Formula 1 qualifying session. Which again, the qualifying session for F1 gets underway in, 3 hours and 45 minutes from now? So we've still got plenty of time until then and plenty of stuff to get through before the main event of Saturday, the first Saturday of March. And yeah, thank God the F1 season is finally here. But yeah, practice 3 coming up very soon. Let's kind of get into, I guess, what happened yesterday in practice 2. Obviously, we had the practice 1 session, which was, it was a session. It happened, but the times in that session were very unrepresentative because all the teams went quite a bit slower than they went quite a bit slower than they did in testing and than they did in practice 2. Practice 2, we saw some proper quick lap times and found out a bit more of the performance of these cars for 2023, and at least for this weekend. One thing I've found interesting for the Sky F1 broadcast is Nico Rosberg is now back at the track. So looks as though those vaccine mandates may not be in place anymore, unless Nico has, of course, been vaccinated. But yeah. We found out a bit more yesterday, and let's get into those results of Practice 2, because of course they are important to remember going into Practice 3 and going into qualifying later. So let me just hide the timer and get to those results. So here are the results of Practice 2. Fernando Alonso ended up quickest by about a 1/10.5 over Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez. Charles Leclerc finished up in 4th place, 4.5 tenths of a second slower than Alonso. As I'll get into later when I start to build up to qualifying, say in the hour building up to qualifying, I will talk a bit more about, what I think the legitimate pace is of Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes. But yeah, it didn't look great from Ferrari and Mercedes' point of view for sure, did the pace and overall result for Practice 2. Hulkenberg was only just behind Leclerc in the Haas car. And then you had Stroll in 6th place. Still kind of struggling with his wrist injury, but I think he should be okay to still race this weekend and be in the car today, of course. I think we would have heard something by now if he wasn't going to be in the car for the rest of the weekend. And then the rest of the top 10, Pierre Gasly, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, and Zhou Guanyu. And then the bottom half of the order, Esteban Ocon, Valtteri Bottas, George Russell, and Carlos Sainz, 13th and 14th. I'm definitely expecting improvement there, and I think they will improve. I don't think those two drivers in those cars are that slow. That would be quite something. But yeah, compared to their teammates, they have got a bit of work to do to make up the time. There is no doubt about that. And then you got Piastri 15th, Magnussen 16th, Albon 17th, Tsunoda 18th, De Vries 19th, and Logan Sargent in 20th position. But we just come back onto that top 10. Yeah, Aston Martin, of course, they stole the show pretty much from practice yesterday. But I don't think they have the quickest car here. I'm pretty sure still that Red Bull are the team to beat. I think Red Bull were definitely holding back a bit because their lap times in practice 2, as I got into yesterday in my qualifying preview, which if you want to go check out, is in the description down below. I did discuss in that why Red Bull, their lap times in practice 2 were quite a bit slower than what they were doing in testing, and how, yeah, they've still got quite a bit of lap time, I think, to find, and they will find it. I don't think they're, not going to find it this weekend in Bahrain. So, yeah, I think Red Bull are still the team to beat. Alonso, of course, we'll have to watch out for him because he's looking super quick. Ferrari, they should improve. I think they'll definitely turn things up a bit more. Practice 3 today, and obviously qualifying they will. Mercedes as well, I'm expecting a bit of improvement from them. So, I mean, I hope that the top 10 in practice 3 and qualifying is as mental as this order is. But realistically, I don't think it's going to be quite like this. But let's quickly now go back onto this screen, and I'll just quickly get the timer back up for you guys as well. And there you go. So about 8 minutes to go now until practice 3 gets underway. But yeah, what I'm looking out for really in this session is, I mean, if we do get much faster lap times than practice 1, that would be great. I'm hoping the lap times don't drop off massively again compared to what we saw in practice 2. I'm not necessarily expecting the lap times here in practice 3 to be as quick as practice 2, but I'm hoping it's not, 2 or 3 seconds off the pace like we saw in practice 1. And yeah, practice 1, it was quite a slow session from the teams who weren't really pushing at all in the first practice session. Of course, practice 3, final practice session before you have to show exactly what you've got in qualifying and the race. I'm expecting lap times to be a lot quicker, and yeah, hopefully find out a bit more about these cars. Yeah, the teams to watch out for really is Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, to see if, once they're turning things up a bit more, to see, exactly where they are. Also, it'd be important to see if Aston Martin are still, maintaining their good pace from yesterday. I mean, they should, but I want to see if they can really, keep up at the level they were at yesterday. And then, yeah, in the midfield, I've got a decent idea in the midfield how things are looking, which I'll, get into in the build-up to qualifying in a couple hours from now. But I'm hoping to see maybe a couple different things in practice 3 that might shake up things going into qualifying, because my prediction is that the quickest team out of the midfield pack is looking like the Haas team from what I've seen so far. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if maybe McLaren or Alpine showed a lot of pace in this session and maybe indicated that, they've got the pace maybe to be the fastest midfield team. We'll see in this session. But, yeah, I'm sure we'll get some interesting stuff in this session. And, of course, it is just over 5 minutes away. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because, of course, I'll be live throughout today with, obviously, the Practice 3 Watchalong coming up in a second. An F2 Sprint Race Watch-Along coming up in, 2 hours from now, basically. And then the Qualifying Watch-Along later. But remember, guys, tomorrow I will be live at 1 PM UK time, 2 hours before the race starts. Firstly, for the race preview until 2:30. And then from 2:30 PM till 5 PM, UK time, I'll be live for the race watch-along, hopefully with Nib, my co-commentator, who will make his grand return. And the race, of course, tomorrow starts at 3 p.m. GMT or UK time, however you want to call it. And then, of course, for 30, 45 minutes after the race, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of said Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for all of that stuff, later today and tomorrow as well. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button. Let's try and get the likes up on this stream if we can, getting up towards maybe 50 likes, something like that. As, the session moments away from getting underway. But before we get into the session, I'll just read out a few of your comments in the chat. Good to see some of you here already. Bravamos, good to see you. Good to see Opulence as well. And Aline. Bravum saying, I feel Red Bull haven't pushed 100% yet. Yeah, Red Bull, like I said in my qualifying preview last night, they are holding back the most. I think they've got the most to show yet. And I wouldn't be surprised, even though, as I will stress as we go through Practice 3, Practice 3 is not very representative at all of what we'll be seeing conditions-wise in qualifying, because, of course, in qualifying it's dark and it's still bright and sunny here for Practice 3. So, of course, there are differences in track temperature, quite big differences, but I wouldn't be surprised if Red Bull end this session, first and second. Maybe not doing quicker times than they were in Practice 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were first and second in this session. As, a couple minutes away from starting. On the F1 broadcast, they're just going through the F1 intro now. Brabham says, I'm tempted to put 100 on Stroll just for fun. Well, given his wrist problems, might not be very likely that he gets a superb result. Dane says, I want to see Alonso versus Hamilton this weekend. Yeah, that'd be great to see this weekend for sure. Dane also says, I do see this happening. Red Bull first and then Leclerc. Or Red Bull 1 and 2 and then Leclerc third, Alonso and Hamilton 4th and 5th. And Sainz did struggle. That's basically what I predicted last night in my stream. What qualifying would be today. Whether it will be, we'll see. But yeah. Track temperature, 41 degrees Celsius. The track temperature last night in Practice 2, when it was dark, and held in the conditions that qualifying of the race is going to be held in. The track temperature was about, 15 degrees or so cooler. So yeah, you can see quite clearly a massive difference in track temperature, and that's why the daytime sessions here in Bahrain are not super relevant to the action on track that you're going to see in qualifying. Triban says, hello Chaz, it's been a long time. Yep, it has. It's been 3.5 months since the last F1 qualifying day, and cannot wait to be getting into this session and getting through the first qualifying day of the season. I'm sure plenty of times this season we'll have, some very exciting qualifying days in 2023. But I think I'll move off of this and now go on to this. Let me get rid of those lap times, because obviously those are yesterday's Practice 2 lap times. And let me just get the timer ready for you guys. Of course, practice sessions 1 hour long. And I'll sync up the timer at the 59-minute mark. As looks as though Lewis Hamilton is nearly ready to go on track. His car has got its tyres on and looks ready, but the only thing it's missing, by the looks of it, is its driver. As Lewis is just stood next to the car, I think, waiting for the mechanics to fully finish getting the car ready. But Mercedes there got hard compound tyres on, the C1 tyres, which maybe we'll see in the race. I still think really the C3 and C2 compounds are the tyres we're going to be seeing really in the race. But yeah, maybe we'll see a C1 compound as well. There's some people looking over the pits who obviously have VIP passes. And plenty, even though it's Bahrain, plenty of Dutch Max Verstappen fans. And probably Nick de Vries fans as well in the crowd. As I think the session has just started, but they're not showing the timer on the screen yet. So once they do, I will get the timer on my screen all synced up. But no mad rush to get onto the pits, or out onto the track rather. But yeah, nothing you guys are missing as of yet. And looks as though Red Bull and Ferrari still working quite a bit on their cars. The Red Bull there of Sergio Perez, I think that is. His car being worked on quite extensively on the floor area. So yeah, it looks as though Perez probably not going to be out on track for 15-20 minutes or so. At least. Maybe even half an hour. Because there's a lot of work going on to his car. Nothing wrong with his car necessarily. But yeah, just a lot of work going on to the floor area. Of course, Saturday is where they, get the cars lowered. The lowest point really they can go to without wearing out the plank massively. There has been talk at Red Bull of because Red Bull, one thing that was mentioned from testing is Red Bull could run their car lower than other teams and seemingly get away with it. There has been talk that Red Bull might have to raise their car to avoid wearing out the plank too much. We'll see if that's the case. I mean, I still think even if they raise the car by a decent margin, I still think they've got a very fast car. But, yeah. We'll see if that indeed does happen. So yeah, the session has started, guys. They're only just showing the timer on the screen now, so I'll sync it up at the 57-minute mark. As we have got a car on track of Lando Norris. Surprising he's the first on track. Normally the first on track will be a Williams or a Haas car, but there you go. And McLaren, not looking that bad. Their pace in qualifying trim looks not great at all. Still a lot of work to do on that. But their race pace, if you go look at the long runs, looks really good. They look, well, from Friday, they look as quick as Mercedes do on the long runs. Yeah, McLaren's not got as bad of a car as maybe you would think. There you go. So 57 minutes to go in practice 3. And yeah, only car on track right now is Lando Norris on the soft compound tyre. And he's done a 30.3 for the first sector. The best first sector time yesterday was a 29... Was it 29.0 or 29.5? I can't remember exactly. Yeah, that is a pretty slow first sector as Norris goes a bit deep in turn 10. Nico Hülkenberg now on the track for Haas. Hülkenberg, of course, was very quick in practice 2 yesterday. And that's definitely a good omen for Haas, especially if Magnussen can improve his pace and be at least on the pace of Hülkenberg, if not quicker. Because I think Haas have got a pretty fast car here in Bahrain. And thankfully, if they've got a pretty fast car, say, for the season, or for the start of the season at least, they have got a bit more money this season to develop their car. Because, of course, now they've got a title sponsor in MoneyGram. As Lando Norris comes to the line and does a 1:34.6. The best time that Norris did yesterday was what, a 1:31.5. So yeah, pretty slow by Lando, but he is in first position. So there you go. Just a slow-mo replay we're seeing now of Norris's lap. Another thing I want to mention quickly, whilst we've got, not really any on-track action going on. Yeah, if I sound a bit bunged up and sound like I've got a cold, it is because I've got a cold. Normally, when I wake up a bit earlier in the morning than I am used to, or if I've not slept as long, maybe as I needed to, I do tend to wake up with a cold. It should clear during this stream, but yeah, I've got a bit of a cold and I will have to wipe my nose occasionally. So yeah, apologies about that. Yeah, by qualifying, my voice should be in a lot better condition. And I mean, I only woke up like 2 hours ago, as Hulkenberg is on the medium compound tyre and has started his flying lap. But yeah, on that tyre, I don't expect him to do a fast lap at all, as he misses the apex a bit of turn 4. And obviously goes quite a bit slower than than Norris, in the first sector. He was on the soft. Kevin Magnussen now on the track on an outlap. And with Hulkenberg now in this car, someone who is probably going to have a better or higher production rate than Mick Schumacher had last season. If Haas can keep their car, at a good position in the field for a bit longer this season than they did last season, because of that money that they'll be getting from their title sponsor, that will help them develop. And as well, remember, this season they will be able to develop more than every other team except for AlphaTauri and Williams. So if they can start this season well and be, I don't know, 5th and 6th, or 5th or 6th in the championship by the time we get to like the middle of the season, then they should be able to develop this car a bit more than those other teams like McLaren and Alpine, and maybe be a top 5 team in the championship. So yeah, there are possibilities for Haas in 2023, as Nico Hulkenberg goes second. And Hulkenberg on that occasion was 1.5 seconds slower than Norris. Obviously the best time Hulkenberg did in practice too, as so far this weekend, was a 1:31.3. And, well, that is amazing. I didn't actually know that. The Formula 1 broadcast just showing with a graphic that on this day, 22 years ago, Fernando Alonso made his Formula 1 debut at the Australian Grand Prix of 2001 in the Minardi. I didn't actually know that. But, yeah. 2001, I mean, I was saying, I think yesterday in my Practice 2 stream, how 2016 feels about 15 years ago. Yeah, 2001 feels about 50 years ago, to be honest. Because it's, pre so many events, obviously. Pre, 9/11, pre-Iraq War, pre-COVID, pre-iPhone. It's a world that simply doesn't exist anymore. That's when Fernando Alonso made his F1 debut. As here's Kevin Magnussen, halfway through his first timed run of the day on the medium compound tyre, as we've got now Russell, Hamilton and Charles Leclerc on the track on outlaps, and now Carlos Sainz comes onto track as Magnussen looks as though he's going to probably finish up third with this lap. Let me just update that Magnussen is, I think, going to go third here. If not, I'll change his position quickly as he exits the final corner. And yeah, goes third. Only slightly slower than Hülkenberg, but yeah, third nonetheless. And yeah, Brabham making a great point in the chat, and something that I saw, I think, on Twitter a few days ago, that Fernando Alonso is older. His F1 career is older than Oscar Piastri is. Piastri is... How old is Piastri? Is he 21? So he was born, what, 2002 or something like that? And yeah, Alonso, obviously, his F1 career began in March 2001. Let me just check. See when Piastri was born. Oh no, actually he was born in 2001. 6th of April 2001, so a month after Alonso made his debut. I think, if I'm correct, I think Piastri was born just after... Don't tell me how I know this. I think it's just remembering the date for some reason. From looking at it on Wikipedia, but I think he was born just after the Brazilian Grand Prix, or during the Brazilian Grand Prix weekend that season. That Brazilian Grand Prix that year was pretty famous. That was the race, really, where Juan Pablo Montoya announced himself to the world, where he dive-bombed Michael Schumacher into turn 1. And yeah, so began the Montoya era, where he was really, after Michael Schumacher, maybe not the best driver after Michael Schumacher, but definitely over a qualifying lap, probably the next best after Michael. As Russell and Hamilton are currently on a first flying lap. So is Charles Leclerc. Lewis Hamilton has done a purple first sector. Russell 0.2 of a second up on Norris after the first 2 sectors. We'll see what Hamilton is doing for the middle sector and so far on this lap in a moment. And Lewis Hamilton, very quick, about 0.4 of a second quicker than his teammate on this lap so far, as Russell comes to the line and goes quickest on a 1:34.1. But Lewis Hamilton, I may as well put him up to the top because he is about to go quickest. Here he comes to the line, Hamilton, and yeah, 1:33.5, 0.6 of a second quicker than his teammate George Russell, who I'll just put up to second place now. And then the Ferraris, they're just doing their lap time. Charles Leclerc goes second now, only 0.5 slower than Lewis Hamilton. And Carlos Sainz, where is he? Oh, he's backed off. Oh, must have made a mistake, unless he's got a problem with his car. But I think he's probably backed off after making a mistake. Or has he? Let me just... I think he might actually have a problem here. Because steering wheel lights don't look positive. So there's Pierre Gasly, having a bit of fun with his Alpine engineers. Looked good yesterday, Gasly. And, yeah, looks like Alpine's main contender, in qualifying at least. as Carlos Sainz, I think, now has begun another flying lap because he's just crossed the line. So Carlos in 7th place in the Ferrari. And yeah, here is Sainz on another run. Yeah, everyone so far still massively slower than their best times in practice 2. Best times so far in this session. 33.5 for Lewis Hamilton, and Hamilton was 2 seconds quicker in practice 2. So yeah, not quite that quick so far as Carlos Sainz does a purple first sector. Now it's turn 10. The middle sector really is where the Ferrari, really starts to lose time compared to, say, the Red Bull and other teams. It just doesn't have a ton of grip, this car. Not as much as it had last season, for sure. And, this season is going to be a struggle to a certain extent, as he is, though, purple for the middle sector, even though he's got a bit of understeer in the car. And Carlos probably going to go 0.2 of a second quicker than Hamilton has gone so far, as Carlos Sainz exits the final corner and comes to the line and doesn't go quicker. Hamilton actually had a much quicker final sector, which is interesting. Maybe Ferrari is still holding quite a bit back on the engine mode compared to Mercedes, but there you go. So, 16 minutes in, as Lance Stroll is now on the circuit, and Stroll now starts his first timed run of the day. What was I going to say? Yeah, so far, we've only got 7 times on the board. Hamilton quickest currently from Sainz 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Russell 4th, Norris 5th, Hülkenberg 6th, and Magnussen in 7th. So let's see what Stroll can do, as he's completing the first sector now, and only 1/1000th of a second slower than Hamilton in the first sector. So clearly the wrist not that bad, as Stroll that time did not use the technique into turn 8 that he used yesterday, where he pushed the wheel through turn 8 to avoid the rotation. That time he tried the rotation, but went very wide. He did, though, have a car on the inside of turn 8, which may have distracted him. So, yeah. Stroll is just coming through turn 11 there. Let's see what Stroll's middle sector is like. It's decent, 4.5 off. And the camera freezing on the F1 broadcast. Stroll might go ahead of Russell here, up to 4th place, as we've now got Zhou, Bottas, Ocon, and Nick de Vries on a outlap. And here comes Lance Stroll out of the final corner, DRS open, and goes 5th. But, could definitely improve on that lap. So, Lance Stroll up to P5. And we'll see what those other drivers who have come out to the track, what they can do now as well. We're not going to see it quite yet, as the F1 or Sky F1 have gone to an ad break. And obviously they'll be back in a couple minutes. So let me see what you guys have to say in the live chat whilst we wait. Paul James Squibbs, good to see you, mate, says, I feel invigorated by the prospect of seeing Alonso in a competitive Aston Martin this season. Yeah, it's definitely given me a boost, because really, after the first day or two of testing, I mean, it was really positive to see Aston Martin, had clearly made this massive gain. But it was also clear to see, and I think it is still clear to see, that Red Bull have quite comfortably the best car for at least the start of this season. And that they're probably going to win the championship pretty easily in 2023, which, of course, did not fill me with great excitement going into the season. I mean, I don't obviously care who wins the championship. All I care about is if we get a title fight or not. But yeah, even if we don't get a title fight, having Alonso back up there fighting podiums and maybe wins is exactly, I think, what Formula One needs if it's not going to have a championship fight in 2023. And just having Aston Martin as a team up there, with Lance Stroll as well, it creates more excitement. Because, instead of us thinking, oh, well, the podium is either going to be a Red Bull driver, Ferrari driver, or Mercedes driver on the podium, now we need to figure in Aston Martin. And that's why I say this season we've got 4 front-running teams. I've got to say, though, if Aston Martin are not too far off Red Bull at the start of this season, remember, Aston Martin have 37% more time in the wind tunnel during the course of this season. That is quite a lot. I mean, that's an extra... I think I looked at it in my season preview. That's an extra 110 wind tunnel runs, I think, or 120 wind tunnel runs extra. The Aston Martin team. And if they can really develop their car well, and, the developments they bring actually make the car quicker each time, Aston Martin could be right there with Red Bull if they start this season maybe only 3-4 tenths of a second back. So, yeah, don't count out Aston Martin for race wins this season. I think it's definitely possible. Just depends how they start the season and how far they are off Red Bull. But, yeah, they'll definitely get podiums this season. Probably get a podium this weekend, to be honest. And, yeah, it's going to be great to see what Aston Martin are capable of in 2023. Vinny says Alonso P1. He's got a verified tick there, so assuming he's got a channel that's verified. Not normally something I see in my chat, so yeah, just wanting to mention that. Dylan Forrester says, I'm just looking forward to the fireworks that should that Aston be as competitive as we think. Yeah. I think it will be in the race, but in qualifying, I don't think it's going to be as competitive as what we saw yesterday. I think yesterday was a bit, I think yesterday's practice 2 times didn't quite represent, what the actual pace is at the front of the field, to be honest. Let me just quickly update the order, though, because we are back from the ad break. Esteban Ocon is up to 4th position. And then you've got Valtteri Bottas in 5th, with Zhou in 6th place for Alfa Romeo. And then Russell 7th, Stroll 8th, Norris 9th. And then Nick De Vries in P10 with Magnussen and Hulkenberg then 11th and 12th. As Magnussen is now ahead of Hulkenberg. And we're still waiting on Verstappen, Perez, Gasly, Tsunoda, Piastri, Albon, Alonso and Sargent to do their first lap times of the day. Fernando Alonso is not just about to do his first lap time of the day, he's about to go quickest because he's done a purple first and second sector. As he exits the final corner, the car looking brilliant through that final corner and comes to the line and goes 4 tenths of a second quicker than Lewis Hamilton. Good first run there for Fernando Alonso, and he is quickest on a 1:33.1 or a 33.0, I think that is. Still a couple seconds slower than he went in practice too, so it's not anything, noteworthy necessarily. But, yeah. Raider Bro says, I'm so excited for the season, can barely stand all these practice sessions. Yeah. We've obviously had so many sessions, testing sessions, practice sessions, and it's only gone to tease us as to what the pecking order might actually be, but we're only, 3 hours away from finding out for real what the pace is in 2023, and I cannot wait for qualifying later. I'm probably not going to have a voice by the end of qualifying, I've got to say. As the two Red Bulls are on laps now, they're on the hard compound tyre though. They're not going any quicker than Alonso, of course. As Max Verstappen now comes to the line and 0.6 of a second off in 5th place. And Sergio Perez goes up to 8th place. So let me just update that. Max Verstappen up to 5th and Perez up to 8th. We've also got Alex Albon now up to 8th place on the soft tyre. Yeah, Verstappen and Perez did their best times now on the hard tyre. Now, what are the lap times improvements have we got? Let me just see. Well, I couldn't quite see there because they've now cut away. Cut to an ad break of a Mercedes of George Russell having quite a bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 4. What is interesting there, again, the lap times are quite slow compared to practice 2, but Max Verstappen only went 0.6 of a second slower than Alonso on that run on a compound, which is what? How much? Probably about 1.5 seconds at best off the pace. So, yeah, that is quite a good lap from Verstappen in the Red Bull. It's a, 133.7, I think it is, from Max. And, yeah, the C1 compound is supposed to be at least 1.5 seconds slower than the C3. So, you know, if you tyre corrected that, and that's more like a low 132 and quite a bit faster than Alonso. So, yeah, Red Bull, I think, already showing that they have got quite a lot of pace in hand. As Nick de Vries coming through the final corner now on his new flying lap. I've just seen Oscar Piastri is up to 10th place. So let me just update that quickly. As De Vries goes 16th. Let me just update the rest of the order, though. You've got Stroll in 11th. And then Zhou 12th. Russell 13th. And then Tsunoda is 14th for AlphaTauri. With Norris in 15th. And then De Vries 16th. And then Sargent 17th. And then Hulkenberg in 18th. With Magnussen 19th. And Pierre Gasly, I think, is currently on his first flying lap of the day. Of course, Pierre always been very quick around here, so he's definitely someone to watch out for in qualifying later, as we're almost halfway through practice 3. As Lance Stroll comes back into the pits. And Stroll currently, a second a lap? Pretty much off the pace of Alonso, as Pierre Gasly goes up to 8th place in the Alpine on the soft compound tyre, I'm pretty sure. Did Pierre? So everyone now has set a lap time, as here is Carlos Sainz, I think. Yep. He's on a new timed lap. Let's see how much faster Ferrari are going to push it now, as Alonso and Hamilton, first and second, are on an out lap. Alonso and Hamilton first and second. Is it 2007 or is it 2023? I don't really know. Obviously, Alonso and Hamilton finished in 2007, level in the championship. Hamilton, I think, was top of the championship for longer than Fernando was that season, and I think Lewis was the better driver that year. But yeah, there were still plenty of races where Alonso finished ahead of Hamilton, and obviously plenty where Hamilton finished ahead of Alonso. I know there were, I think, 2 or 3 Alonso Hamilton 1-2s in 2007. I think the Italian Grand Prix and Monaco Grand Prix where Alonso came out on top. And then, of course, the infamous US Grand Prix at Indianapolis where Hamilton kept the lead from Fernando. As Carlos Sainz, through the final corner he comes. He's not improved on this lap. And, back into the pit lane he comes. As Lewis Hamilton has begun a lap. Alonso still on an out lap, as we're exactly now halfway through the session. Frank Triggs says, these times sound like they're on race fuel. I mean, they've got probably a bit more fuel on board, yeah, but also I think they're not quite showing, I don't think they're quite using their highest engine mode or anything like that. I think they might turn it up a bit later in this session to do a bit of a quicker lap, but yeah, I don't think you're going to see proper quick lap times in this session. Again, the quickest time in practice 2 from Fernando Alonso was a 1:30.9. And he's quickest again, but on a 33.1, the same tyre. As Max says on the radio, I have no grip, no grip. And Red Bull saying, okay, we'll try again. Max did have some issues yesterday with the setup of the car. Was complaining that the car was jumping around more than it was in testing. But I still think things look pretty good for Red Bull. I don't think there's anything necessarily for them to panic about just yet. As there is the master, Adrian Newey, on the pit wall, who has, of course, designed this absolute beauty of a Red Bull car. Hello to Nib in chat. Good to see you, mate. Opulence. Asks Kaza, Rook isn't posting the track conditions. I think he's just, sitting back. I think he's just posted now, actually. Yeah, he's just, I think he's just sitting back, enjoying, what's going on, and obviously taking care of other issues. But yeah, he is still occasionally, when he can, checking in. But of course, it is today's stream is going to be going on for another 4.5 hours. So I don't expect anyone to be here for the entire time and be invigorated for every single second. Sergio Perez there, bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 4. I wonder though, with Max's comment about saying I have no grip, whether that might be due to the heat and also the fact he's on the hard compound tyre. Because the C1 compound is pretty slow again. Compared to the C3 compound, which is the soft compound tyre for this weekend, the difference is 1.5 seconds at least between the C3 and the C1. So the C3 is going to feel like an amazing tyre compared to the hard tyre. As is a replay of Verstappen getting held up behind a Haas. Maybe that's what caused him to have that comment. I'm not sure. But I think another reason why we're not going to see the C1 compound in the race is because, it will give you good durability. You'll be able to go a lot longer into the race than you can on the C3 or C2. But because of the amount of lap time difference between the, say, C3 and C1 and even C2 and C1, and because of the fact it is pretty easy to overtake here, if you do run a C1 tyre, you run a big risk and you probably will get overtaken by quite a few cars on, say, if those other cars were on the soft tyre, because again, of such a big difference in the compounds. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing the C1 tyre, really, tomorrow. I think it's really going to be C3 and C2 compound is what we're going to be seeing. Probably a 2-stop race, kind of similar to last year, where I think the people on the soft tyre did, 15 laps or so. And then people on the mediums did, 20 to maybe 22, 23 laps. Yeah, I think that's what you're going to see kind of tomorrow. And probably because of the massive difference between the C2 and C3, which is thought to be between a second and 1.2 seconds even per lap, I think you're going to see most teams going for 2 sets of soft tyres and then going on to a set of mediums. Maybe they'll put a medium on for the middle stint, but yeah, I think you'll see teams using the soft tyre a couple times in the race because of just how quick it is compared to the other tyres. And because, again, if you're running too slow of a tyre, you will get punished around this circuit. Not like you can't overtake. As Pierre Gasly is on the soft tyre and looks as though he's on an outlap, I think, possibly. As Pierre says, too much understeer, I need more front. And, of course, Bahrain. You do need a good front end for this circuit. I mean, you don't necessarily have to have the best front end possible around this circuit, because if you've got a lot of straight line speed, you can still mask, I guess, any issues with front end grip. But yeah, with turn 1, turn 8 and turn 10 probably being the most important corners on this circuit, you do need quite a bit of front end. As here is Carlos Sainz on another set of soft tyres. Is he going for a new lap? He's on an out lap and he's about to begin a flying laps. And Charles Leclerc about to begin a flying lap as well. Let's see what Carlos Sainz does. He's on a race run. He's not opening DRS. And I assume Charles Leclerc is probably going to do the same thing. As we've got just over 20 minutes to go until the end of practice 3. Let's find some comments in the chat whilst we've got a bit of a lull. Brabham saying my missus is 38 weeks preggers. I'm pretty much convinced she'll go into labour this time tomorrow. And yeah, to echo what Nib was saying in the chat, yeah, good luck. And very happy for you. And yeah, hope everything goes well. As Carlos Sainz, yeah, continuing on this, looks like the beginning of a long run to a certain extent. Ferrari, of course, 3rd and 4th currently. Maybe Ferrari are not going to go any quicker in this session. We'll see. But yeah, don't read really anything into these lap times because, again, they are much slower than practice 2. And yeah, conditions obviously for qualifying the race, very much different. The track temperature right now in Bahrain, I think it's about 40 degrees Celsius or something. When for qualifying, it'll drop to about 27, 28. If not 25 degrees for the track temperature. There's some work going on to Max Verstappen's car. Car number 1. How long will he be car number 1 for? Well, quite a while by the looks of it. If this car is as good as I think it is, and if Red Bull keep this up for, next year and the year after, yeah, he can be car number 1 for a long time. And well, this year, of course, I was hyping up that it's going to be Verstappen versus Hamilton this year, and that we were going to have a title fight. My opinion is now different because, of course, evidence has proven otherwise. And yeah, I think by the end of 2025, Max will be a 5-time world champion by the age of 28, which is very scary for Max to be, if that does happen, that he's a 5-time world champion by the age of 28, yeah, that's a very scary prospect, because if he continues then in Formula One for another, say, 7 or 8 years after that, until like 2032, 2033-ish, and the Red Bull team are still, one of the best, if not the best team on the grid, Max could quite easily win the most championships and be, statistically, and just in general, the greatest driver of all time. It could happen. Not saying Max Verstappen is destined and is going to be the best driver of all time, because, there is still quite a long way to go until he gets to that point. But, yeah, it's not going to take him long to be at least one of the top 5 best drivers ever. And I think if he does win the championship this year, Max, I think I'd have to put him into my all-time top 10. At the minute, he's, I'd say, just on the outside of my all-time top 10. But, yeah, if he wins the title this year, then I think he's got to be going into the top 10 all-time best F1 drivers. I'm saying, you actually thought Merc were going to cook this season. Well, they've got a lot of good people there still. I just assumed that they'd make it right. They'd find a way. But, yeah, I'm really surprised they've started this season pretty much exactly where they were last season. Let's be honest. I mean, the gap from them to whoever's on pole might actually be bigger today than it was last year. Because I think last year, Hamilton, the quickest Mercedes at the Bahrain Grand Prix last year, was 0.7 of a second off. It's probably going to be around that, if not bigger, the gap. So, yeah, very embarrassing for the Mercedes team. And they've got a bit of a tricky year ahead of them. But I don't think they're going to have an absolutely terrible year or anything. But I'm just going to have a quick look on Twitter whilst we're on an ad break for Sky F1. See if there's any news on Twitter. And no, I can't see anything at the moment. Nib saying, to be fair, they can still cook after upgrades. Yeah, I mean, apparently they've got this basically B car waiting in the wind tunnel with a new side pod concept. If they bring that to the start of the European season, then yeah, we might see quite a bit more performance from them. But I mean, let's say they bring that new concept, which apparently is more like the Red Bull side pod. Not quite like the Red Bull side pod, but it's a bit more reminiscent of the Red Bull side pod. Yeah, if they bring that and then really develop well just after the summer break, because we have to remember they've got quite a bit more wind tunnel time this year than Red Bull. I think an extra 20, how many percent? Is it 20%? No, I think 17%, which is, I mean, not a massive amount, but it is still a decent amount, I would say. So yeah, second half of the season, I think you'll see Mercedes be a lot better, but at this point in time, they are not very quick at all, as Lance Stroll has done a purple first sector and is 0.004 of a second slower than Alonso after the first two sectors, as Zhou Guanyu has gone up to second for Alfa Romeo. Just to be clear though, everyone so far in this session has gone slower than their best times of the weekend so far, as Lance Stroll comes to the line and goes P1, 0.2 of a second quicker than Fernando Alonso. So, yeah, let me just update that. Aston Martin 1-2 now in this session. And who else have we got on laps? We've got Alex Albon has just improved his time. And Alex Albon is now in P10. Your top 10 with 15 minutes to go in practice 3 is Stroll, Alonso, Zhou, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Ocon, Bottas, and Albon. And then it is Gasly 11th, Perez 12th, and then Piastri 13th, and then Russell, Tsunoda, Norris, De Vries, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Magnussen. As Lewis Hamilton is on an outlap. Logan Sargent has improved quite a bit and gone quicker than Alex Albon. And up to 7th place. Good lap there from Logan. The best time that Williams did yesterday was a 1:32.4. So still quite a bit slower than Williams went yesterday. But Williams probably the closest to their max potential. As Bottas comes to the line, does not improve his first and second sector, but has a good final sector and goes up to 7th for Alfa Romeo. So, yeah, there you go. Bottas now P7. Of course, Valtteri was very quick here in Bahrain last year. 6th on the grid he was. As there's Esteban Ocon in his garage, just waiting to get back out onto the circuit. But I think with Aston Martin, one point I wanted to make quickly was I don't think this type of circuit layout actually suits Aston Martin as well as other track layouts will. Because you have to remember, they've still got the Mercedes power unit, which is not pulling as much power as the, Red Bull powertrain teams, of course, of Red Bull and AlphaTauri, and the Ferrari-powered teams, and maybe even the Renault-powered team. So they are losing still a bit of speed down the straights, you'd imagine, given that there's been no performance upgrades from any of the engine manufacturers since the development on these power units was frozen back in September, and it will be frozen on development until the end of 2025. So you've got to imagine that Aston Martin, yeah, they're very quick here, but this isn't their strongest circuit type of layout. One thing I am seeing quickly on Twitter from Tammy, or at Vettel Leclerc, who's great at translating very important articles and information in the F1 world. She just translating something from a Automotor and Sport article that Red Bull are impressed with Aston Martin, and they say Aston Martin is a real opponent, not just over a single lap, but also in race pace. And they say that the AMR 23, which is the 2023 Aston Martin car, as George Russell does a purple first sector. Lewis Hamilton, also purple first sector, so Mercedes are getting quick now. The AMR 23 is good everywhere, especially on the brakes and in medium, fast corners. A tiny bit better than Red Bull, they think. With Red Bull, slight advantages in slow and high-speed corners. But yeah, I think the Aston Martin car, I think its strength is aero. I don't think its strength is straight line speed. So it's going to be good to see when we get to a proper, twisty circuit. Say, Imola, I guess you could say is a twisty type circuit. Or Miami, I think you could say that's a twisty type circuit. And obviously the Spanish Grand Prix, which is race, 9 of the season. It'll be very interesting to see how good Aston Martin are, as George Russell goes quickest, 0.2 of a second quicker than Lance Stroll. And Lewis Hamilton, I think, is about to go even quicker than that. And yeah, Lewis Hamilton goes about 0.2 quicker than Russell. And the quickest time is now a 1:32.5. And it is Lewis Hamilton who is quickest. But still, that's about a second slower than Mercedes went yesterday in practice 2. So still not quite on that pace, but they're not too far away. The conditions for the cars are a lot better in the evening when obviously qualifying in the races. And lap time improvement seems to be a lot easier in the dark, once darkness descends, rather than in the very hot part of the day, where I think the tyres do suffer quite a bit. And we do see it in Formula 1, where sometimes when it's too cold, or sometimes when it's too hot, that lap time improvement can be sometimes hard to come by, massive improvement. When if it's in that good middle space, you can, find good improvements. As Max Verstappen is now on the soft compound tyre and on a flying lap. So is Alonso on the soft tyre and on a flying lap. As Verstappen completes the first sector, actually goes slower than Lewis Hamilton in the first sector, which I'm a bit surprised by. Alonso is, 3/4 of a tenth slower than Verstappen for the first sector. As Verstappen has a very good turn 10. As Oscar Piastri improves quite a bit and goes all the way up to 4th position. Piastri so far this weekend been lagging behind teammate Norris. Not a surprise, Norris is pretty quick around here. And the McLaren car isn't great, but yeah, good to see there. As Lando Norris goes slower than Piastri and goes 7th. As Max Verstappen, I think, is about to go quickest for Red Bull. Let's see as he comes to the line now. Max Verstappen. And 0.2 of a second quicker. And is now P1. Let me just update that quickly. And Fernando Alonso, though, goes just quicker than Verstappen by 0.005 of a second. So Alonso back into P1 on a 32.3 as Esteban Ocon goes up to 7th place now. Of course, these are the final, 8 minutes before qualifying later. So, not long to go for the teams to get their setups right. De Vries has gone up to 17th. Sergio Perez in the Red Bull in 16th is on an outlap now. On soft tyres, I'm pretty sure. As Tsunoda goes up to 10th position in the AlphaTauri. And your top 10 with 7.5 minutes to go is now Alonso, Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Stroll, Piastri, Ocon, Zhou, Norris, and Tsunoda. And I guess for further improvements on the flying laps, I think who the teams were really waiting for is Perez, the 2 Haases, and the 2 Ferraris. As talking of Haas, Nico Hülkenberg improves up to P10. As funny little radio exchange there between Alonso and his engineer. Alonso being told currently P1. And Alonso was like, really? That's great. I think he was surprised. It was such a good lap. As here is Sergio Perez. And on the soft tyres. Perez has been pretty much on the pace of Max, if not quicker, arguably, this weekend. So let's see what Checo can do. Maybe go P1. In practice 3, he of course topped practice 1. Would be good confidence-wise for Perez if he could top another practice session going into qualifying. As Perez. Slight bit of understeer at turn 1, or he was distracted by the Alpine there on the inside of turn 1. Because he ran slightly wider than you would have wanted to normally. As Perez, what's his first sector like? It is good. Not as good as Verstappen's, but good. About, what? Just over a tenth of a second slower than Verstappen's first sector. So, yeah, middle sector needs some work if Perez is to go quickest. And all runs a bit wide there, does Checo, and doesn't get a great exit from turn 10. So this doesn't look like it's going to be a great lap. As he flicks it through turn 11. Brilliant grip from the Red Bull. And looked on rails through that corner. And he's only slightly slower, though, than Alonso, despite, I think, running a tad wide at turn 10 as Kevin Magnussen goes up to 10th place. And Sergio Perez now exiting the final corner. DRS open. As Sergio Perez, a tenth of a second down on Alonso and goes third. It looks as though Alonso is going to top another practice session. Will he top qualifying? I really fucking hope he does. If he tops qualifying, then the whole F1 community and world is going to be truly shaken up. Because, I mean, we've seen in the past with Fernando, even if you give him a car that's like, 2, 3 tenths, 4 tenths or more of a second slower than another car, he can still compete with those cars that are, that much quicker than the one he is driving, because he is such an unbelievable driver. So if he was to get pole today, then he could legitimately, given the race pace I've seen from the Aston Martin in testing and so far this weekend, he could legitimately win the race tomorrow. Remember, Fernando has only had pole position in Bahrain once, and that was in 2005 for Renault. He won that race that weekend very dominantly. As Lewis says, tear off is caught in the left rear. And then they say, okay, copy, we'll keep an eye on it. And can't see anything in terms of the tear off. I think it's probably going to be a bit too hard to see that. But yeah. As here is Carlos Sainz on his final flying lap before qualifying. And Charles Leclerc now starts his final flying lap before qualifying. So what pace of Ferrari got to show us? There's a bit of a wobble on the exit of turn 4. First sector not looking great for Sainz. Tenth of a second down on Alonso. I still think Ferrari are not quite turning up their engines yet. I think they're trying to keep their powder dry at the minute. Because we know the Ferrari engine has reliability concerns. And yeah, they won't want to use the max power when they don't need to. But I still get a feeling we're going to see more pace from them. But from what we've seen so far this weekend, it does really look like the two Red Bulls and Fernando as the top 3 cars or drivers. As 2 minutes to go now until the end of practice 3. As Carlos Sainz comes through the final corner. And to the line. And goes only 7th. That's a pretty poor final sector. 7 tenths of a second down on Alonso. And Charles Leclerc comes to the line now. And goes 5th. About 3 tenths of a second off. And yeah, the lap times again, they are quite a bit slower than what we saw in practice 2. But if F1 is running the same fuel load and pretty much the same engine mode, then Ferrari don't look to be in a good position here. Because, yeah, they look like they're losing quite a bit of time to Aston Martin and Red Bull. Around a circuit that, if Ferrari have got the strongest engine on the grid, you would expect them, in qualifying at least here, to be very quick. I think they're not going to be quick at all in the race, but in qualifying, you would expect Ferrari to be very quick, as Pierre Gasly is up to 10th place. So, oh, hold on. So, Gasly up to 10th. And then Ocon is actually 11th with Zhou in 12th. And then Norris 13th. We've got quite a few drivers on outlaps, but I think they're all going to be doing a practice start. So I think that might be really the conclusion of the session. And yeah, I think everyone coming around now to do a practice start on the grid, which they are allowed to do here. And yeah, session is now over. I'll just wait till everyone crosses the line in case anyone does a final improvement. You never know, someone could. As looks as though Fernando Alonso is going to top yet another practice session in this Grand Prix weekend. Nib saying Charles says not so fast, Chaz. I definitely expect Leclerc to be still in the fight for a top 3 position on the grid. But like I said, for the race, I think Ferrari are going to struggle a lot, because their tyre deg and race pace in general does not look good. But it is Fernando Alonso who ends up quickest. And I think, yeah, session over. Let's go through the final finishing order for practice 3. The final practice session before qualifying later. Fernando Alonso ends up quickest from Max Verstappen 2nd, Sergio Perez 3rd, Lewis Hamilton 4th, Charles Leclerc in 5th, with George Russell 6th, and then Stroll 7th, Sainz 8th, Piastri 9th, and Gasly 10th, as Lewis Hamilton's car seems to have possibly broken down in the pit lane, or he's stalled it or something. So yeah, Piastri 9th and Gasly 10th, that is your top 10, and then the rest of the order: Ocon, Zhou, Norris, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Bottas, Sargent, Albon, and Nick de Vries. That is your order. As yeah, that's why Hamilton stopped, because the red light came on the exit of the pit lane, obviously because the session ended. So yeah, that is the final order in practice 3. And whilst we wait for the, what do you call it, for the F2 sprint race to start, which starts in about 45 minutes. And of course, remember, I am going to be doing a watch along for that. Before we get into that, one thing I want to do now is I want to do the lap times for practice 3 so I can show it on screen. But right before we get into the F2 sprint itself, one thing I will do quickly is, actually not quite yet, I'll leave the title as it is. But yeah, Fernando Alonso quickest on a 1:32.340, and then Max Verstappen 5 thousandths of a second behind. Very exciting to see it that close. I still think Red Bull, you know, once they turn things up to full whack, I still think Red Bull have got the best car. I still think they'll be first and second, but you never know what Fernando is capable of sometimes. And, you know, I could very well be wrong. There is an absolutely good chance that I can be wrong. A lot easier to be wrong in qualifying, because qualifying is harder to predict. And then you got Hamilton in 4th, 2 tenths off. Leclerc 5th, 3 tenths off pretty much. Russell in 6th is about 4 tenths of a second off the pace. Lance Stroll 6 tenths off his teammate Alonso. I think, again, considering his wrist issue, I don't think that's that bad, because he's not like not like Stroll has ever been like consistently super quick here in Bahrain. So I don't think Stroll is doing that bad. I think he's actually doing a pretty good job, despite those issues with his wrist. Piastri, he did pretty well in that session, ahead of his teammate Norris. And yeah, be interesting to see how that battle plays out, not just in Bahrain, but the course of 2023. And what I'll do is I'll quickly do these lap times, and then I'll change the title of the stream, because of course we're going to be looking towards qualifying from now on, really. Of course, I am going to do the F2 sprint whilst we, you know, wait, basically, to get to qualifying. But, yeah. Let me just do the last few lap times. Magnussen in 14th, the second off. A bit surprising that Haas didn't push a bit harder, maybe, than they did compared to the teams in practice 2. But again, practice 3, nobody went as quick as they did in practice 2. So I don't think we can read really that much at all into those lap times, I'm afraid. And, well, that's sadly going to be the case for the, you know, this Grand Prix weekend, and as well the next Grand Prix weekend in Saudi Arabia, where, you know, practice 1 and practice 3 takes place in daylight, and obviously qualifying and the race is at night. So, yeah, practice 3 as a relevant session won't become a thing until Australia, which is a month away, or just under a month away. Yeah, let me just quickly do the final couple drivers. And De Vries is the one who ended up slowest of all, 1.7 seconds off the pace. So yeah, let me just show it here. There you go. Those are the lap times and the gaps. So Fernando Alonso again, quickest on a 1:32.3. Max just behind, and then pretty close for the top 6, and really the top 10. You know, only covered by 0.7 of a second. I'd be very excited if it was covered by just that in qualifying. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. And then, yeah, the rest of the order you can see on your screen. But quickly, I am going to update the title of the stream. Let me just do that. And, yeah, in, what do you call it? In about 35 minutes time, it will be time for the F2 sprint race, and I will be doing my first ever watch-along for a Formula 2 session in 35 minutes time. I won't have a running order graphic absolutely identical to the one on screen now for the F1. I will have to manually change the positions of drivers by typing their names in. I did try with you know, some what do you call it, some code to try and do a similar thing to what I've got with the F1 display, but I couldn't get it working. So yeah, gonna have to compromise on that. But yeah, in 20 minutes, what we'll do is we'll do a short build up to the F2 sprint race. I'll get into obviously the qualifying results from the F2 session yesterday, and then you know, show the starting grid for the F2 sprint race. And yeah, we'll get into it. And the F2 sprint race, I think, is how many laps? I think 20 laps or so. I think the session is only going to be probably about 40 minutes long. Let me just have a quick check. Yeah, make sure, guys, in the next 20 minutes, whilst we kind of wait around, let me know in the live chat what you thought of practice 3, and what do you think of qualifying? What do you think going into qualifying? Do you think Alonso can get pole? Are Red Bull still the team to beat? How are Mercedes looking in your view? How are Ferrari looking? How do you think the midfield's going to get on? Again, let me know in the live chat. And I will get to your comments in the next 20 minutes or so. As just trying to see if Nib saying in chat, not seen any F2, but Teo Claire should be in F1 now. Yeah, as I'll show before we get to the F2 race, Teo Pourchaire is absolutely too good for Formula 2. He secured a dominant pole position last night under the lights right after practice 2 for the F1 session, or for the F1 series. He secured a dominant pole position, and then obviously for the sprint race, if you don't know, they swap the top 10 from qualifying on the grid around for the sprint. So Teo will start in P10, and it will be very interesting to see if he can still come back through the field and win. If he does, then yeah, it's probably an omen for the season that he is going to dominate. And I'm sure Nib in chat cannot wait, not just for the Australian Grand Prix weekend, but also because we're getting, Formula 2 and Formula 3 in Australia. And the Formula 2 race, I think I said this like a week ago, the Formula 2 race in Australia is going to be so fucking exciting around that track with 4 DRS zones. Yeah, it's going to be really something special. And just to announce, the timings have been confirmed for the F2 sessions for the next 2 race weekends. And at the next Grand Prix weekend, I will be doing a watch-along for both the sprint race for F2 and the feature race on the Sunday. So be full coverage of the races for F2 at the next Grand Prix in 2 weeks. And then the Australian Grand Prix weekend, I'm going to be doing a watch-along for the F2 qualifying session, which is right after practice 2 on the Friday for Australia. And then I'm going to be doing a watch-along for the sprint race for F2 on Saturday, very early on Saturday morning. I won't be covering the feature race because it's a little too early for me and a little too far away from the race start. But yeah, there will be coverage on this channel of F2 coming up. Yeah, Saudi Arabia and Australia as well. Let's, before we get properly into F2 and all of that, let's come to you guys in the chat to see what you guys are saying for the next 15 minutes or so. So yeah, let me know what you think is going to happen in qualifying for F1. And who are your, or what are your predictions for qualifying? Let me know in the chat. Opulence, Chaz, on this channel, or do you have another channel? No, it's all going to be on this channel. I only have one channel. I don't think I'm ever going to make a second channel. I mean, maybe with the plans I've got coming up to make a lot more recorded content, maybe you could argue that I should make a second channel, but I'm just going to keep it all on one channel. And also, one thing I am going to start doing after this weekend is, and I need to make this clear, it might not sound clear completely the first time around if you don't understand YouTube that well, but when I do a live stream after this weekend, from now on, the live stream itself will be public as always, but when I stop the stream, when I finish for the day, for that live stream from now on, every live stream will be unlisted. And the reason that is because, and it's something I probably should have done a while ago, is because I don't think it helps this channel's chances in the algorithm with, you know, there being so much live streams on the channel and it being a lot of the time the first thing that people see. on the main page, when really the first thing people see on the main page should be a shorter, much shorter recorded video, which is actually edited. So yeah, starting from Monday night or Tuesday, yeah, all live streams will be unlisted. But when I do go live for future live streams, they will be public whilst I'm live. So yeah, they're not going to be unlisted whilst I'm live. They'll only become unlisted after I finish the streams for those particular days. And again, the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want the channel to become cluttered up with loads of live streams all over the place, when I'm going to start doing, really from Monday onwards, a lot more recorded content and edited content. And I want that to be more so the focus of what is seen on the main page and what new people see on my channel page, rather than, you know, a 6-hour live stream. Because let's be honest, I mean, I can watch a live stream for a couple hours, but I can't watch a stream for 5 hours. That's pretty psychotic. So then again, I do stream for 6 hours, so maybe that's even more psychotic. Yeah. Nib says, quali predictions before I leave. Max, Alonso, Perez. Yeah, I think that's possible. I still think it's going to be Max, Perez, Leclerc for my top three. But yeah, we'll see, of course, in a couple hours. Vince just saying with his prediction, he's with Nib. D'Angelo Williams says the top 8 positions are literally filled with the big 4 teams. Chazza, this is crazy. Yeah, it is very, very good to see that, you know, we've got very competitive front of the field. And Nib earlier saying, Chaz, I'm fucking excited. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Yeah, I know, what you call it. I know you were a bit, what's the best way to describe it? Your interest in F1 was waning, I guess you could say, after last year, because obviously Ricciardo didn't really feature that much, and obviously you're a big Ricciardo fan, of course. And the last season was a bit underwhelming. It could have been great if Ferrari had not been such a massive joke last year. But I think, yeah, this year with Alonso up there, and Stroll will be up there as well. Let's not forget him. I'm sure he'll be getting podiums this season. And, you know, Piastri on the grid, who is, you know, a new Australian driver, and an Australian driver with a lot of potential. I think, yeah, there's a lot to be excited about for you this season. Astro Stevo says, love your race watch along streams. Please keep doing those. By the way, great to see you, mate. I think the first time I've seen you since gotta be Abu Dhabi last season. I think that's the first time. Yeah, first time I've seen you since then. I don't remember seeing you during testing. So yeah, good to see you, mate. Yeah, I'm still going to be doing the watch along streams, just to be clear. You know, practice watch alongs, qualifying watch alongs, race watch alongs. They will still happen. And those streams will still be public as normal as it is now. Again, though, the only difference is when I finish those streams, I will then unlist them so it doesn't clog up the main page. But when I'm live, if you go to my channel page, it'll be the first thing you see if I am live at that current time. So don't worry. It's not going to affect the actual streams when I'm doing them. It's just a after stream thing. And, yeah, if you want to watch live streams on the channel, say, going forward, then really you need to watch them when they're live. Because, yeah, watching them after they're live is going to be pretty hard to do once I make that little change, I guess. Right, I'm off now. I'll be back for quali probably. Ciao, ciao. Cheers, mate. When is quali? Asks Triband. Quali is in 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. I think actually we'll go away from this and we'll go back to here. And let me just quickly adjust that text. Because we are going to be doing a watch along, in case you guys don't know, for the F2 sprint race, which begins in, 25 minutes from now. And I cannot wait to see what F2 has to offer us this season. So let me just get the timer on screen. And yeah, we've got about 25 minutes to go. And there you go. Let me just adjust the text quickly. Yeah, there you go. So 25 minutes until the F2 sprint race. I will post a link for the stream. Frank Trigg says you can make a playlist of unlisted live streams. Yeah, I am going to do that. I will. What I'll do, obviously, I'll do these two streams, today and tomorrow. I'm going to do a recorded weekend review on Monday night. And then what I'm going to do on Monday night, after that recorded review comes out, is make a playlist and put basically every single live stream into that playlist and unlist, obviously, all of the streams. And then all you'll see on the homepage will be the recorded videos instead of the live streams. But if you do want to find the live streams, you will still be able to find them if you want to watch them. Another reason I'm doing this is because also, like, 99% of the views for a live stream come when I'm live. And I do get some extra views, like, after the stream is finished, but it's only like an extra maybe 500 or 1,000 people. So, yeah, I will make a playlist so you guys can still watch them if you want to. And I'll try and figure that out in, a couple days' time. But, 23 minutes to go until the F2 sprint race. And in, probably 15 minutes from now, I'll probably post a link of the stream back out to say that we're about to do a watch-along for the F2 sprint. And, I'll get to some of the key data that you guys need to know of before we get into the F2 race itself, such as, of course, qualifying and its results yesterday, and what the starting grid is for the F2 sprint race today. Yeah, still got a bit of time until we get to that. And Astro Stevo responding to Frank Triggs saying, would be good to have those live streams accessible somewhere. Best to watch them live, of course, but yeah, good if you miss a bit and want to catch them afterwards. Yeah, like I said, they'll still be there. I've seen other content creators who do that, who have like a playlist of stream, I think VODs they call it, where you can just watch the actual streams that were done, but obviously they're all unlisted. I will put that on the channel somewhere for you guys to find. But from after this weekend on, the main focus on the homepage is going to be recorded content instead. Again, I'm still going to be doing qualifying watch-alongs, race watch-alongs, all that stuff, so don't worry, that's all still going to happen. It's just, I think, to bring in more subscribers and to do better in the algorithm, I think it's better if I prioritize more so the recorded stuff and edited stuff rather than the streaming stuff. I mean, I enjoy streaming a lot. I enjoy streaming more than I enjoy anything else to do with content creation, to be honest. But yeah, I want to try and grow this channel a bit if I can in 2023. And yeah, probably in say 5 minutes from now, I think we'll get into the results of qualifying for F2 yesterday, and we'll see what the grid is for the F2 sprint race, starting again in about 20 in its time. Apologies, by the way, if you guys are experiencing any buffering. I've just had it come up on my end that maybe there's a bit of buffering for you guys. Apologies if that is happening. But all seems fine on my end. But yeah, let me know in the comments. F1 qualifying. How do you think that's going to go down? Do you think Alonso can legitimately get pole position for Aston Martin? Or do you think it is still Red Bulls to lose? And how do you think Ferrari and Mercedes will do? Let's read out some comments quick. Turbo says, yeah, it's unfortunate Vettel wasn't here in the Aston Martin this year. Imagine Vettel and Alonso racing the Aston this year as teammates. Yeah, that would be something special, but I don't think those two would be compatible within the same team, sadly. Let's find some of the comments here if I can. Astro Steve saying, yep, last year was tough for Ricciardo fans and a letdown for the title fight and not competitive enough at the front. Kind of gutted by how that went. Yeah, I think this season will probably be a bit more unpredictable, which I guess is good, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have necessarily a title fight in 2023. Turbo asks, you all think it was a mistake for Mercedes to stick with the zero side pod philosophy? Yeah, I think it's proven at this point to be a mistake. I hoped, and I even said last year, that really they needed to ditch that idea and design a side pod more akin to the Red Bull one. And I know you may say, well, they're not going to beat Red Bull by copying Red Bull, because obviously Red Bull, it's their concept and they are the masters of it. I get that, but look at Aston Martin. Their car looks a lot like the Red Bull, and their side pod concept is similar to the Red Bull. It's not the same, but it is similar. And look at them. They're on pace almost with Red Bull, and I'm sure Mercedes would love to be in that position. But the problem is, because Mercedes still, for some reason, thought that there was more worth to sticking with what they've got rather than clearly going with what is a better design concept for these regulations, they've wasted really half an F1 season, because in the second half of last season, they really should have been designing a Mercedes car that, instead of the zero side pod concept, had the Red Bull side pod concept, which apparently they do have a car akin to the Red Bull side pod concept sat in their wind tunnel, possibly ready to come to the track. Let's hope they bring it soon, because yeah, they are not going to win championships with this zero side pod idea. It's not going to happen. The longer they continue with it, the longer they're going to wait for a world title. I can guarantee you that. Let's look at some other comments here if I can. It's Red Bulls to lose, says Menace1 the GOAT. Max was half a second off Alonso on the hard tyres. Yeah, but obviously they did all go quicker on the soft tyres, and Alonso was slightly quicker, so I don't think those times from earlier on in Practice 3 really matter anymore. But yeah, I think Red Bull have still got quite a bit more to show than what they've showed so far. The only person I think that can stop Red Bull is Alonso, most likely. Maybe Leclerc if Ferrari really turn things up and show a lot more pace. Maybe Leclerc can, because we know he's very special around this circuit, especially in qualifying. But yeah, I think realistically, it's going to be pretty hard to stop the two Red Bulls here in Bahrain. Not just in qualifying, but the race as well. But I think I'll just hide the timer for the F2 sprint, because obviously we're counting down until that. Let's get into a bit of build-up for the F2 sprint race, because, yeah, we're not too far away now. 15 more minutes. And let's get into the results of qualifying that happened last night in Bahrain. So Théo Pourchaire, he got pole position on a 140.9, 7/10 of a second clear of the next best car, being his teammate Victor Martins, or Martin. Can't remember his exact pronunciation, to be honest, with the last name. That is one thing, by the way, that I need to apologize for before we get into the watch-along for the F2 sprint, is I might not be able to pronounce everyone's last name correctly because I haven't watched a ton of F2, to be honest. So, yeah, apologies before, we get into the watch-along itself. But yeah, 7/10 of a second. Just an absolutely disgusting gap to have to your teammate and the next best car. Normally in F2, you see a pole position maybe a 10th or 2/10 quicker, maybe at most, but 7/10 of a second is from another planet. And yeah, Théo Pourchaire, without a doubt, is the favourite to win the F2 championship. And then you've got Richard Verschoor, the Dutch driver, in third for the Dutch team, Van Amersfoort. He was third in qualifying. And then Dennis Hauger is fourth. And with Frederick Vesti finishing up in fifth. Maney in sixth. Iwasa, who is a pretty good F2 driver, in seventh. And yes, that is Charles Leclerc's younger brother, Arthur Leclerc, in eighth for Dams. Stanek in ninth, and Boschung in P10. Remember, in the F2 sprint, the top 10 is swapped around on the grid. So Théo Pourchaire will start in P10, and then you have Martins in ninth. Ralph Boschung will start on pole with Stanek in second, and Arthur Leclerc in third. I think Arthur Leclerc, however you want to pronounce his first name, I think it's pronounced Arthur Leclerc. I'll probably pronounce it Arthur just to make sure it doesn't sound ridiculous. I think he's got a decent chance of winning this sprint because he is a pretty quick driver, and we know he can be super aggressive as well. If you watched his F3 stuff, he is a super aggressive driver, is Leclerc. And yeah, Pourchaire, the favourite to win the sprint, will be starting in P10. As long as he gains a position on the first lap and doesn't get smashed into on the first lap, I think Théo is probably still going to finish, if not in first, second or third. I think he's definitely going to be on the podium in the sprint. And then the rest of the order, you've got Daruvala in 11th, Ollie Beerman in 12th, Enzo Fittipaldi in 13th, Hadjar, I think it is, for High Tech in 14th, Cordial in 15th, Correa 16th, Jack Doohan 17th. That is a big surprise. Obviously, he was one of the top few drivers in F2 last season. He is the Alpine reserve driver, and yes, 17th is not good enough, and Virtuosi were pretty poor in F2 qualifying yesterday. And then, I think, is it Zach Maloney in the Red Bull? Not in the Red Bull, he's a Red Bull junior driver, but he's in the Carlin, and he was 18th, and he will be 18th on the grid for the sprint, with Crawford 19th, and Benavides, I don't know how you pronounce that name, in 20th, and then the final two cars on the grid in 21st and 22nd is Roy Nissany and someone else. I have no idea who, but I'll let you know in the actual watch-along itself. But let me just go back to this and get the countdown back on the screen. Because we are, just over 10 minutes away from the F2 sprint race beginning. And it's going to be going from light to kind of dark during this F2 sprint race. And I'm expecting it to be pretty exciting. Because, it's F2. It's normally bonkers, is Formula 2. So, it should be fun. One thing I want to read out, though, quickly, is a super chat from Turbo GSR for $20, who says, "Thanks, Chazza. Another season is here." Thank you so much for that, mate. Really appreciate it. And I am just going to quickly post the link of the stream out a couple times to say that we're about to do our watch along for the F2 sprint. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we'll be doing the qualifying watch along later today, of course. Qualifying starting in just under 2 hours. And then the race watch along I'll be doing tomorrow. And of course, plenty of race and qualifying watch alongs during 2023. So make sure to subscribe if you are new, and hit the notifications bell to keep up to date with content on the channel. And for everyone watching right now, let's smash that like button, because I'm very close to 50 likes. Let's try and get over that if we can. That would be great. But yeah, let me just quickly post a link of the stream out in a couple places. And then we will get going here. So let me have a let me just quickly get the link and post it out on I'm going to post it, of course, on my community tab on Twitter. The reason I went a bit silent there is because I was just reading something. Reading a DM on Twitter. So yeah, let me just quickly get this link posted. My PC not running at absolute optimal pace, I gotta say, today. But obviously we'll still try. And yeah, let me just quickly post this link out. So come join us here to watch along the F2 sprint race in Bahrain, and I'll quickly post it out on Twitter. And then once I've done all of that, we should be getting into the watch along itself. And I think, guys, because of how quickly positions are going to move around in this F2 race, I'm probably not going to show what tyres people are on as we go through the race, because I think it's going to be a bit too hard for me to do that today. So, yeah, I'm just going to show do the positions. I'm not going to show the tyre data. Come join us here live to watch along the tag F2 sprint race in Bahrain. And that is all posted. So yeah, there you go. And we are just moments away from getting into this F2 session, and I'll go to the watch along screen that I've got here on OBS in a couple minutes time. But yeah, Terry Pourchaire obviously will start from P10. I still think he probably finishes on the podium because his pace difference compared to everybody else is yeah, scarily good. Like I said, Arthur Leclerc, I think he's got a pretty good chance of maybe winning the sprint because he's starting from third and he is a pretty quick driver. Who else do we need to look out for in that top 10? Obviously, Iwasa, he's starting in fourth, I think. Also, watch out for him. He's a pretty good F2 driver, and he's had, his fair share of success in the last few years. And progressing through the field, definitely someone you need to look out for is Jack Doohan in 17th place. Again, one of the top drivers last season in F2, and one of the favourites for this season. But yeah, had a very poor qualifying, and Virtuosi had a very poor qualifying as well. So yeah, watch out for Doohan, Pourchaire, Leclerc, Iwasa. I think those are the drivers to look out for. And obviously Victor Martins as well. So I think Martins won the F3 what do you call it? Won the F3 championship last season. F1 de full, says Dane. Is a hardcore Hamilton fan, believes Aston are cheating since they took Red Bull data. Go to F1 de full channel in his latest video to watch the whole video. Is he actually an F1 YouTuber, or is he just one of those guys who like does a text to speech and just has a robot basically voice over? Let me know. I'd be interested actually, maybe watching that video. Maybe in another live stream sometime. Maybe not today. Maybe I don't know. Maybe sometime next week we could do that. We could maybe watch that video, respond to it. If that actually is like a proper video that an F1 YouTuber has done. But anyway, let's hide that timer. And let's get into the F2 watch-along. Let me just get rid of all of that stuff. Let's go to the F2 slideshow pictures. Nice to see some F2 cars for once. And let me get the graphics ready. And let me just get rid of that. And yeah, let me get rid of that. And then put that in place. So yeah, the only difference today, guys, compared to what I normally do for my watch-alongs for the F1, is I will have to manually change the positions by typing them in. Because I tried to do it with the code like I do with my F1 order, but it just wouldn't work. So yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do, I'm afraid, with this stuff. And yeah, we'll try our best. It might fuck up a bit as I type it. But yeah, we will try our best today. As the F2 intro is currently playing. And I think, well, I need to see it confirmed first. I think it's like 20 laps or so. The F2 sprint. As, yeah, we're just going through the F2 intro now, and then we'll be getting into the session. The reason, by the way, Victor Martin starts in 8th, not 9th, which would have been the case normally with the, swapping of the top 10 for the sprint. Vesti was relegated 3 positions from what he did in qualifying. Or not relegated 3 positions from his qualifying result, but was given a 3-place penalty for the sprint because he blocked another driver. Can't remember exactly who the other driver was, but yeah, that's why Vesti starts in 9th and not in... I think he would have started in like 5th or 6th place, Vesti, which obviously would have been better. I think it was 6th place he would have started in. Yeah, the field is Boschung, Stanek, Leclerc, the younger Leclerc, remember, not Charles Leclerc, the other one. Iwasa, Maney, Hauger, Verschoor, Martins, Vesti, Pourchaire, Deruvula, Behrman, Fittipaldi, Hadger, Cordial, Correa, Doohan, Maloney, Crawford, and the last guy there. I have no idea how to pronounce his last name. So let's hope he doesn't do anything really in this race. When does F1 qualifying begin? F1 qualifying begins in 1 hour and 45 minutes. And don't worry, as soon as this F2 sprint race finishes, I will move straight into building up to qualifying. Don't worry, we will get into all of that stuff. But the real focus now is F2. And the reason I wanted to bring these streams in for 2023 is, one, because I think a couple of people were asking for them. And I thought it was an interesting idea. And obviously F2 races are pretty exciting. But also, in between or after F1 sessions, it gives us something to do. Gives us some excitement whilst we're waiting for, the main event of the afternoon, evening, morning, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah. It's something good to do, as they're about to be released on the formation lap, and they're just going through the starting grid, which I just did a minute ago. Let me just see quickly how many laps the F2 sprint is. I'll have to go to the F1 website to quickly find that information. But yeah, don't worry. Once we get through the F2 sprint, we'll be going straight into building up to the Formula 1 race. So 23 laps it will be, which is quite a lot of laps for a sprint. So yeah, I'll get the lap counter, of course, on the screen as soon as I can. As, yeah, on the broadcast, they're just going through the order. I think it's Benavides who's in 20th. I think that's maybe his name. He's American, actually. I was surprised by that. He kind of looks like a more of a South American or, you know, different type of continent name. And by the way, we have 22 cars, not 20, for this race. The last two cars, as the formation lap now begins, is Roy Nissany, the the beast that is Roy Nissany, the best Williams reserve driver of all time. And the last car on the track is Clement Novalak. And actually, someone has stalled on the grid. Who is it? Car number 17. And they're now underway again. But I'm pretty sure because the whole pack's gone through, whoever that is, they'll have to start at the very back. I don't know who it is, though. They're not going very quickly. It's Benavides. And now they are starting to get going. So he'll have to start now, I think, in 22nd place. But, yep, there is the lap counter. 23 laps it is. Let me just adjust, if I can, that, or the text and lap thing. Make sure it's looking good and in line, kind of. There you go. So yeah, it should be now Roy Nissany in 20th place. Let me just quickly update that. That's if the F2 rules are similar to the F1 rules, that's how it should be. But anyway, we are about, I don't know, 45 seconds to a minute away, guys, from the first lap of F2 racing in 2023. And just a heads up, if you guys have not watched F2 before, or not much before, F2 is pretty nuts. It's like watching the British Grand Prix last season, but basically all the time. That's basically what F2 is like. The, say, last 20 laps of the British Grand Prix last year. For F1, of course, as Watchalong is through the final corner. We're now on board with Théo Pourchaire in P10 for ART. Of course, ART, the team that Lewis Hamilton raced for in 2006 when he won the GP2 championship, which was 17 years ago. Amazing that that was so long ago. As Campos there on their pit wall. And Carlin as well. And now Watchalong and Stanek lining up on the front of the grid. Roman Stanek in the Trident in second, just on board there. And yeah, the field just lining up. As now we come up to the the back of the grid, now just lining up, ready for this F2 sprint race. And there you go, all lined up, we're ready to go, and the lights are on. It's 3, 4, 5 lights in Bahrain, and lights out, and away we go. And Arthur Leclerc has got a great start there, and I think is into second place. Watchalong is in the lead still, as we've got 4 wide into turn 1. And yeah, cars side by side over the place, 3 wide through turn 3, and someone almost had a spin there. I think it might have been Stanek. I think he's had a poor start. And side by side is Iwasa and Leclerc, I think, into turn 4. Iwasa trying to go around the outside of 4. Does he get it done? He's still going for it, the Japanese driver, and he's still pushing Leclerc. And he eventually does get it, cuts right across Leclerc's front nose cone. And yep, Iwasa is up to second place now. And I'll just update that picture there on the screen. Big lockup from car 20. I'll be honest, I don't know exactly who that is, as I think that's Victor Martins, who's behind him in the Alpine livery. Obviously an Alpine driver. And he goes round the outside and up into what looks to be 5th place. As they're now starting to settle down this first lap, as Boschung is really starting to pull away out front. Of course, once we settle down for the first lap, I will do the order, which I'm sure is quite a bit different from from what the starting grid was. As we are about to begin our big moment there out of the final corner from a car. We now begin lap number 2. And we've got plenty of cars following each other into turn 1. And that is Teo Porcher, I think it is, trying to overtake Daruvala. And I think he did just overtake Daruvala into turn 1. So it's Boschung and then Iwasa in second place. And then Leclerc Martins is up to 4th place now from 8th on the grid. That's very impressive, as almost 3 wide on the exit of turn 4. Seeing a couple cars in the background there, as Correa and Doohan have had a poor start. Doohan is now 20th. That's very bad. Yeah, you've got Hauger in 5th place. And then in 6th place is Stanek. Or is it anymore? No, it's Teo Porcher, who has made up so much ground. What a start from Teo, who, of course, got pole position yesterday by a massive amount. And yeah, Daruvala is up to 8th place with Maney in 9th. And then Frederick Vesti is in P10 here on lap 2. Obviously, the field very close. Vershaw had an absolute horror show start. He's down to 11th place, and he started, I think, 7th. And he's got Beerman, or Behrman, however you want to pronounce his name, behind him. And then Hajan 13th. Let me just update that it is now lap 3 out of 23. And we've got some more racing into turn 1. And it's Teo Porcher overtaking Hauger for 5th place. And yeah, Porcher, he might win this race pretty comfortably, actually, despite starting in P10. Because he is overtaking car after car after car. As Hauger trying to have a go back at Porcher, but all Porcher's ran wide. Through turn 6 and 7, can Hauger have a go back? No, he can't. Daruvala has now overtaken Stanek for what do you call it? For 8th, or for 7th place. And then you got Hajan 13th. And then in 14th, I think, I'm going to guess it's Fittipaldi. I'll let you know what the rest of the order is in a moment, as we're just seeing a replay of the start. And yeah, Stanek had a awful start from 2nd. And Teo Porcher made up quite a lot of ground. And has already made up a lot of ground. He started 10th and already on almost lap 4 is in 5th place. And there, Hauger touching the back of Stanek, I think that was. And then, yeah, he was 3 wide and had a bit of contact with someone there. Then, yeah, had Martins ahead of him in the Alpine livery. Here's Pourchaire. And that's how he actually overtook 2 cars and clipped the back of Iwasa. I think Pourchaire was surprised just how quick he was into the braking zone. And he's very lucky there. Because the bit of his car that touched the rear tyre of Iwasa was the just the nose cone, which he's wiped slight bit off. He didn't actually touch the front wing off, which is good. And he continues to fight his way through as Stanek loses another position to Maney. And I think, yeah, he's now in 9th position as we're now on lap number 4. As Martins is up to 3rd ahead of Arthur Leclerc. So the 2 ART drivers very quick here. Stanek is just a replay of him defending and having 2 cars go past him. But then I think that was Vesti on the left. He repassed him, thankfully, into turn 5. But Maney is now 8th with Stanek in 9th place. And then it's Vesti in 10th. And then for sure, Bierman, Hadjar, Fittipaldi. Roy Nissany has had a stunning start. He's up to 15th. And then you've got Maloney in 16th place with Benavides, I think his last name is. I'll try and get better on the pronunciations. In 17th as Théo Pourchaire down the inside of Leclerc. And he gets the move done. Brilliant move from him. And let me just update that we are on lap number 5. And I'll update that Théo now is up to 4th place. And at this rate, yeah, Théo Pourchaire is going to win the F2 sprint race. I don't think there's much doubt about that unless he makes a contact with someone. And then you've got, what do you call it? Maloney is now... sorry, there's 2 Maloneys on the screen. I need to correct that. So I'm just trying to see who. So I think we've got Cordial in 18th, and then Correa in 19th position, and then 20th is Jack Doohan, who is still 20th after that poor start to the race. And yeah, Pourchaire, 7/10 of a second he was clear of the rest of the field in qualifying. And even though P10 he is, or was, for the grid, for the sprint, that's clearly proving not to be an issue. But he's already 4th, and has DRS now from Iwasa in the Red Bull livery, as we're now on lap 6 out of 23. And bit of a DRS train now behind Iwasa in 2nd. Pourchaire actually behind Martins, or Victor Martin. I need to make sure I get that pronunciation of him correct. I don't want to butcher people's names and not try and learn them. Here is Stanek passing Maney for 8th place. So good to see that Stanek is not just giving up positions left, right, and centre still. Maney tried to fight it back. But, yeah, Stanek now up to 8th place. And Maney down to 9th. And, yeah, Victor Martin is... Oh, he's got DRS on Iwasa, but I think Iwasa's got DRS on Ralph Boschung, who is still our leader in the Campos racing car. And there is car number 4, which is Hauger, is it? Oh no, I think it might be Deruvler, actually. Yeah, we've got quite a train, I think, now forming behind our leader, who, of course, qualified in 10th place. And obviously swapped around on the grid for the reverse top 10 for the sprint. As we now begin lap 7. Boschung, though, not quite under threat yet. He's still a second clear, really, of Iwasa. Iwasa might have DRS, but he's not going to gain all of that, down the straight. As into the pits comes Hadjar and Leclerc. As here is... who is that in the Red Bull livery? Couldn't quite see who that was. But Leclerc and Hadjar now down, the 21st and 22nd, because they have pitted. So let me just update that. You've now got Hauger up to 5th. I think everyone has started on the soft tyres. So obviously Leclerc and Hadjar moving to the different compound. Deruvler is up to 6th. And then it's Stanek in P7 with Maney in 8th, and then Vesti 9th and Vashaw in P10. So let me just quickly do that. No moves for positions right now. Victor Martin, though, might be making a move on Iwasa, because Iwasa has now lost that DRS advantage from the back of Boschung. So, yeah, that's going to hurt Iwasa now as they begin in a moment. Lap number 7, or lap number 8, sorry. We are on lap 7. Let me just change that over. So, lap 8 out of 23, 15 to go in what's been a decent F2 sprint so far. And, yeah, I'll keep an eye on Leclerc and Hadjar. No one else coming into the pits yet. And I'll just quickly get the order correct. You've got Nissany in 13th place, as Victor Martin getting close to Iwasa, but Iwasa just about holding on. Terry Chair, interestingly, has dropped back a bit. He's 1.7 seconds now behind his teammate. So, yeah, I would have thought he'd be increasing or, getting closer to the podium, but that's not happening. Couple position changes I've just seen. Maloney is up to 13th. So, Nissany now in 14th position. And then you've got this person in 15th place. Again, I'm not entirely sure about his name pronunciation. And then you've got Correa 16th. He's just overtaken Cordial, I think. And then Dewan is 18th with Novalak in 19th, and 20th is Crawford. I think Crawford and Maloney also in Red Bull liveried cars, because I think they are part of the Red Bull driver program, as Victor Martin gets up to 2nd place, moved down the inside by the looks of it into turn 1, and he can now get after Ralph Boschung, or can he? Does Iwasa's trying to come back at him? Does Iwasa get back in front with a better exit? He does get a very good exit, and down to turn 5, muscles his way back in front. Great racing by Iwasa, and yeah, he's a really good fighter when it comes to racing in well, just anything, really. Good to see him doing a good job there, as Victor still going to have a look at trying to overtake him, because Iwasa is now quite far off Boschung in the lead, and Victor and Teo in the two ARTs do not want to be losing too much time to Ralph Boschung in the lead, as Paul Chair now is right on the back of these two fighting for second. As we now are just coming through to the end of the lap. Here's a replay of Victor Martin overtaking Iwasa. Martin, by the way, was, I think, the F3 champion in 2022. So he is definitely someone to watch out for this season. And he is, well, maybe Alpine's best prospect. I know Jack Doohan is the Alpine reserve driver, but yeah, Victor is a pretty good driver himself. Will he go for the move again into turn one? Nope, he does not. So we're on lap 10 now. What's been a decent F2 sprint race so far. And yeah, Iwasa's now got quite a pack of cars starting to develop behind him. Martin, Pourchaire, Hauger as well. And soon it'll probably be Deruvala, as Fittipaldi, I think, just overtook Ollie Behrman for 11th place. Yes, he did. Enzo Fittipaldi, who I think is part of the Red Bull Driver Academy, is now up to 11th place. As Teo's not had a great exit there from turn 10. So Fittipaldi up to 11th. Obviously a great racing name. Will he make it to F1? We will see. He is, yeah, part of the Red Bull Academy. And yeah, we'll see how he does in 2023. And we now continue to watch this battle for second. As, yeah, good four-way fight here between four very good drivers. Iwasa is now starting to gain back on Ralph Boschung out front, which at least helps the pack of cars behind, as we're on lap 11. But can Iwasa hold on for dear life for second place? Let's see. As, yes, he does. DRS doesn't look to be that powerful for these F2 cars. As we've got some racing there. Maloney overtaking Ollie Behrman there for 12th. Maloney also part of the Red Bull Academy. And yeah, gets the move done into turn one. And I think his name is it Zach Maloney? I think it is. And yeah, he's quite young. And he's definitely someone to look out for, as he's up to P12. As yeah, the ART drivers of Martin and Pourchaire, they've got the pace to win this race, but Iwasa is proving to be the roadblock to that possible victory. As Teo struggling a bit to follow through the corner of turn 12. Of course, in the F2 cars, turn 12, like in F1, it is not a flat-out corner. In F1, sorry, in F1 it is a flat-out corner, but in F2, yeah, it is a proper corner. As Martin got a good exit this time? Not really. And yeah, the DRS zone is, we're on lap 12 now of 23. DRS zone has shrunk this season at this circuit. They've brought the DRS activation point a bit further down pit straight to make overtaking a bit harder. And it seems as though it's making life difficult for the cars behind Iwasa to make an overtake, as Victor there doing all sorts of different lines to try and overtake. As we've got, I think, some more position changes. Yes, we do. Jack Doohan is now up to 17th place in what is proving to be a very bad weekend for him. And, well, we can probably write off this weekend for him. And Crawford is now in 18th, with Cordial in 19th and Novalak in 20th. Arthur Leclerc is still in 21st place. I don't think pit stops are mandatory in the sprint race. I'm pretty sure they're not, so I'm not sure why Leclerc and Hadjar pitted. Maybe because their tyres were absolutely knackered and they think that the gain on fresh tyres will be massive. I mean, Leclerc is only 12 seconds behind Novalak in 20th. As Teo, they're massively locking up his left front tyre into turn 10. That's not going to help later on when the tyres really start to degrade. As Victor Martin now is a lot closer to Iwasa down the pit straight on lap 13. Does he get the move done? He goes round the outside into turn 1. And he is up to second place. But will Iwasa again come back at him? Let's see. Iwasa, DRS open up to turn 4. Will he do a switchback like he did last time? Yes, he does. And Victor has a moment on the middle of that corner. And Iwasa gets back in front. Brilliant racing, but goes a bit wide in turn 6. Victor is now through and up to second. And yeah, I think has now got that position. So Martin now up to second, and Teo Pourchaire dive bombs at turn 10 and gets the move done. But does Iwasa get the better exit and get the move or get the position back into turn 11? I think he will. Unless Teo goes round the outside, and no, he doesn't. You've got Hauger there just behind in 5th, who these two need to watch out for. And Iwasa holds on for 3rd, but for how much longer? And surely Teo overtakes Iwasa on the pit straight when they come round to it in a few moments' time. As Teo now into the final corner, gains a lot under braking. Hauger is crawling all over the back of Pourchaire, and actually looks as though he might have a go at Teo more than Teo will have a go at Iwasa as they all come down to turn 1 now. Will Hauger go for it? He does just about send it, and yes, down the inside. Hauger goes and gets the move done. Hauger up to 4th, but again, there's a DRS zone on the exit of turn 3, so it's not all done yet. And will Pourchaire just go round the outside of turn 4? No, he'll do a big old switchback. But I don't think he'll get the move done into turn 5, will he? No. Hauger is up to 4th. Brilliant move, brilliant racing here in F2. So Hauger is up to 4th, and Teo Pourchaire, who I think might be suffering a bit with his tyres, considering how hard he's probably had to push to get through the field like he has, is, he's in 5th place, as Cordial has pitted. So you've got Novalak 19th and Arthur Leclerc, who has pitted and on much fresher tyres and is, quite a bit faster than everybody else out there, is in 20th place. Watch out for him. Might grab a few positions before the end. By the way, good to see you all watching. Just want to say quickly, we are on, 76 likes? Let's try and get up to 100 likes if we can before F1 qualifying begins. qualifying for F1 as, big lock-up for, is that Helga? I don't know who that is exactly. It's one of the Red Bull livery cars. As we've got cars now side by side. And yeah, it is Iwasa. So Helga is now up to third. Is Iwasa still trying to fight it around the outside? And eventually Iwasa has to let it go. And because he compromised his entry into turn 3 and turn 2 and turn 3 so much, Théo Pourchaire has now overtaken him as well as we're on lap 15. And Iwasa coming back at Pourchaire though on the exit. And Iwasa gets the move done for now. But Pourchaire will have a go back into turn 8, I'm pretty sure. No, not quite yet. But Helga is now in third place. And Daruvala in the MP Motorsport car is now right all over the back of these lot. And hopefully from his point of view, has got some tyres left. So yeah, let's see whether Victor Martin in second in the ART can now get after Boschung, the leader, before the end. As Correa and Dewan I've seen have made some progress, and we've had quite a few position changes. Let me just correct that quickly. Enzo Fittipaldi now 9th for Carlin. Maloney in 11th. I think he's also in the Carlin. And then Richard Verschoor is down to 12th place as we're on lap number 16 now. And Teo's got DRS on Iwasa, but he's not anywhere near close enough. Verschoor is in 12th, and then you've got in 13th Correa, and then Dewan. So those two making a lot of progress from poor starts. And then Benavides in 15th. Nissany has pitted, I've just seen. And here is a replay, I think, of Iwasa's lockup. Big outside front lockup, and that will be because his tyres are, very much past their best. And obviously these drivers are trying to get to the end without pitting. You don't have to pit in F2 sprint races. You have to, I think, in a feature race. So yeah, they're just trying to make it to the end if they can. Some others out there pitting because simply their tyres have had it. And then, great move there from Teo to get past Iwasa. And then Iwasa for the second time cutting underneath. Great wheel-to-wheel stuff from Iwasa. He's a great driver when it comes to that wheel-to-wheel stuff. And he showed it again. So yeah, you got Correa 13th, Dewan 14th, 15th is now Crawford. And then in terms of the positions from 17th down, you've got Novalak in 17th. Arthur Leclerc, of course, in 18th. As a time penalty for Jack Crawford, 5 seconds for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So I'm going to assume he's overtaken someone and gone off the track. Maybe on the exit of turn 4. That makes sense. Hadjar is in 19th as Théo Pourchaire is right on the back of Iwasa. Will he send it into turn 4? Iwasa defends to the middle of turn 4 and thankfully keeps his position. And you got Hadjar in 19th and Ollie Beerman in 20th. I think Beerman has pitted for Prema. So we are now on lap 17. Only a few laps to go now until the end of the F2 sprint race that has been pretty good. And yeah, just if you guys are wondering who just tuned in, as Maloney has overtaken and Fittipaldi has overtaken Vesti. A good progress there from the Carlin team. Yeah, Fittipaldi up to P9. But if you're wondering, yeah, we're just watching along the F2 sprint race. Once this finishes, though, we will go straight into building up to qualifying. Don't you worry about that. And we'll have a good hour's build-up for said F1 qualifying session. But yeah, Vesti down to 11th. And Teo Porcher still within a second of Iwasa and still has that DRS activation. But can he get close enough out of the final corner to really have a go at him before the end of the race on these tyres that are dying pretty quickly? Again, you don't have to pit in the sprint. So it's really a case of just trying to make the tyres last, as Vesti does come into the pits. So Vershaw is up to 11th. I'll just see where Vesti comes out before I do the order. Here comes... who is that? I don't know exactly. It is Maney passing Stanek for 7th. So Maney up to 7th. Stanek, I think, was holding cars up quite a bit. And Maney now released from that horrible existence. As Stanek, who started on the front row, now in 2nd place. Looks like Ralph Boschung is going to win this race, as Frederick Vesti is now in 20th place. The top 10 is as it says on your screen. Vershaw is now 11th. And then in 12th is Correa. With here the two Carlin boys having a good old ding-dong through turn 12. Fittipaldi and Maloney, and that was some great stuff. Side by side they were through turn 12. And these two trying to pick up anything they can for the team, as we've got now 5 laps to go. We're now on lap 19 of 23, so 5 full laps to go of this sprint race. But yeah, you've got Correa in 12th place. Doohan is 13th. 14th is Crawford. And then in 15th place is Arthur Leclerc, who is on much fresher tyres because he is pitted. As a time penalty for Cordeal of 5 seconds. For track limit violation. So he's gone, too wide and abused the track limits a bit too much today. Clement Novalak is in 16th place. Benavides in 17th. And then in 18th place is Hadjar, with Bierman 19th and Vesti in 20th. So let me just do that quickly. And there you go. So, as Bierman passes Hadjar for 18th. Obviously, Bierman made his stop later than Hadjar. So, yeah, he's up to 18th now. And, well, the only battles really to look out for in the final few laps of this race, as here's a replay of Fittipaldi, I think, trying to have a go at Stanek, but locking his left front, inside front tyre quite a lot into turn 10. The battles to look out for is Iwasa versus Porcher for 4th. Also look out for Fittipaldi and Maloney. And also look out for the cars who have pitted, because they're on much fresher tyres and they are so much quicker than a lot of the field out there. As we are on lap 20, and there is a car that has decided to lick the stamp and send it one, and it is Enzo Fittipaldi who has done that, as here is Deruvala overtaking Terry Portier round the outside at turn 6, but goes too wide, and Terry Portier gets the position. I think, yeah, Portier has lost a load of time. Teo's tyres have hit the almighty cliff. And Fittipaldi and Maloney now have passed Stanek. So they are up to 8th and 9th. And Fittipaldi might still finish in 7th in what is a great race for him. Let me just quickly correct that order. So Fittipaldi is 8th, with Maloney in 9th, and Stanek in 10th. And then the only other position changes, I think, might be Vesti overtaking Hadjar for 19th. We'll see about that in a moment, though. As we're just seeing, I think, a replay of Teo and Deruvala. And Deruvala did so great up until they went into turn 6 and just went too wide. Teo then held it round the outside. But yeah, Teo's tyres look like they are way past their best. And Deruvala wouldn't be surprised if he did finish in 5th place. Remember, though, for the feature race, I won't be covering the feature race tomorrow, but the starting grid for the feature race will just be the order of qualifying. So Teo will start on pole position for the feature race tomorrow, as Ralph Boschung now 7.5 seconds clear. Look at him. He's having a beautiful time out front and managing things so well, and he has really dominated this F2 sprint. And yeah, Vesti is indeed up to 19th place. Let me just update that. We've got, what, just over 2 full laps to go. So not long until the end of this F2 race. And still, as a Correa has overtaken Vershaw for 11th. Just seen that. And I think Jack Doohan might overtake him as well, Richard Vershaw. Here, though, is Martin under pressure, serious pressure from Hauger for 2nd. And yeah, Doohan has overtaken Vershaw and Crawford as well. And Crawford has just overtaken Doohan. So some crazy position changes out there. As coming down the pit straight, Hauger, he got close, but not close enough to the F3 champion of last year. But yeah, Crawford up to 12th. He will take a penalty, though, remember. As Doohan is 13th. Arthur Leclerc is now in 14th position on his fresh tyres, and he's right behind that pack. He could end up finishing in about 11th place. As Vershaw is in 15th now. What a disastrous sprint race he's had, as Hauger trying to get a good exit. And Vershaw is pitted. He's decided, fuck it, my tyres have gone. And he's probably going to drop now to outside the top 20, I would imagine. As Hauger gets a great exit from turn 10. Will he go for the move down the inside into turn 11? Yes, he does. And on the better tyres, he should be through. And I think he is. Yes, he is. Dennis Hauger up to 2nd. Great drive from him. Wasn't looking likely that he was going to have a great sprint today, but what a brilliant second half of the sprint he has had. As just one update, so you got Novalak in 15th, Behrman in 16th, Vesti is 17th, and there's a replay of Hauger overtaking Victor into turn 11. And yeah, we are now on, guys, the final lap of the F2 sprint race. What a sprint race it's been. And we've now got, who is this? Yep, this is still the battle between Daruvala and Théo Pourchaire. And who knows who's going to win that yet, because still plenty to go on this final lap. And Daruvala has a much better turn 1 and surely gets a better exit. And he is going to be in such a great position now as they go up to turn 4. And he sends it. Does he? Right round the outside. He tries the same move again. Théo, though, a bit further ahead this time than he was last time and keeps the position. But is Théo now out of position for turn 8? I don't think he is. But will Daruvala just send it at turn 8? No. He's going to try and get a better exit to try and make a move on him in turn 10. And does he go for that move? Oh, Théo Pourchaire, massive lockup by him in turn 10. His tyres have gone even beyond the cliff. But he has somehow held on for 5th place for the moment. Whether he holds on in the last few corners, I have no idea. As Correa and Crawford are swapping positions, and they're both right behind Stanek as Ralph Boschung wins the F2 sprint race. And Crawford is up to 11th place. Big fight still going on there. There for 10th with Stanek, and Stanek has dropped down. Dennis Hauger finishes in 2nd. Victor Martin finishes 3rd. Great race for him. Iwasa will finish in 4th. Théo Pourchaire somehow holds off Daruvala for 5th place. The Daruvala 6th. Maney will finish in 7th with Fittipaldi 8th. Maloney 9th. And then in 10th, it will be... will it be Jack Crawford? I'm not sure because he's got that penalty, hasn't he? So let's see once they all cross the line where Crawford ends up. And Crawford drops to 14th place. So it's Correa who finishes in 10th. And then 11th is Doohan. Good recovery from Doohan. But he's still got a bit of work to do tomorrow if he's going to get some serious points out of this weekend. Arthur Leclerc, good recovery after an early pit stop in 12th. Stanek finishing in 13th. Very poor race from him. He started on the front row and finishes in 13th. Crawford drops to 14th because of his penalty. Ollie Beerman finishes 15th with Novalak in what do you call it? In 16th place. And then 17th is Vesti. 18th is Nissany. And then I just seen Richard Verschoor actually retired from the race. So had a problem clearly with his car. And then 20th was Hadjar. And 21st, Cordeal. He also had a penalty in the end. But there you go, guys. That's the F2 sprint race. And, yeah, quickly mention that, yeah, great drive from Ralph Boschung to dominate that race. Not a name you really hear in F2 a lot in terms of, you know, winning tons of races and that. Yeah, great drive from him in a very interesting, I've got to say, campus racing livery. Hauger, great drive. Good debut for Victor Martin. Iwasa, great racing. I love the guy so much. He's got that Japanese style, and we love the Japanese driving style. Théo Pourchaire, he's definitely going to dominate tomorrow, but yeah, his tyres just collapsed in the end. Great performance by Fittipaldi and Maloney, two very young drivers, Red Bull Academy drivers, progressing from low grid positions. As well, Correa and Doohan progressing a lot from low grid position. So yeah, good races for them. Good race. And yeah, can't wait to watch more F2 this season. Like I said, the next F2 pieces of content I'll be doing a sprint race watch along the F2 race in Saudi Arabia and a watch along for the feature race in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, cannot wait to cover some more Formula 2 next Grand Prix weekend in 2 weeks from now in Saudi Arabia. And we'll see how exciting the feature race is tomorrow, of course. But let me get rid of that and bring that back up. The F1 stuff. And yeah, obviously we'll get to the watch along for the F1 session. We'll get to that soon enough. And let me just quickly update this text. So guys, that's the F2 stuff done with now. We are now purely focusing on qualifying for F1, of course. So yeah, that's what we are focusing on now. Until qualifying starts. Let me just put that in a better position. And we've got how many minutes? We've got like what, 54 minutes I think until qualifying begins. So let me just get that on screen. There you go. And I'll just adjust the text quickly so it's kind of in line. And there you go. So yeah, F2 is done with. It's now Formula 1 time. Astro Stevo, thoughts on Jack Doohan, please, Chazza? Yeah, good race. I mean, he's got to start 17th still for the feature race, but yeah, good race. I mean, I think he must have had some issues in qualifying. I didn't watch qualifying, so I don't really know. But yeah, I think you'll see him, you know, back at it at the next Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia. I don't think you're going to see Doohan, you know, all of the time down in the bottom half of the field. Yeah, I think Doohan will be absolutely fine. But again, it is now time to build up to qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix. We are finally less than 1 hour to go until the most interesting session of the season gets underway. And the reason it's most interesting is because we finally get to find out, after all the talk, all the bullshit, we finally get to find out who legitimately has a fast car and who, well, has a slow car. And of course, we've had some running around this track, you know, in testing. Last week, we've had 3 practice sessions. Only one of them really was relevant. And we've got, I think, a decent idea going into qualifying. But, yeah, I think there is still quite a bit of excitement going into this qualifying session because there is a lot of unpredictability about what's coming up. We could get a surprise pole position here with Fernando Alonso, for example, on pole position. We could get Mercedes properly in the midfield if they're as bad as some people think. We could get, you know, a surprise from Haas, a surprise from Alpine, or even McLaren maybe. It really is going to be a proper exciting session. And I really hope it gives us something to get really excited about for the second half. Or not the second half, the rest of the season. Because if the field is quite a bit closer this season, you can guarantee that us, proper F1 fans, will enjoy it. But I think we'll just get straight into it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all the teams and go through how I think they'll get on. I'll also show my predictions on the screen as well. And then, with about half an hour or so to go before qualifying, I will make sure to post a stream link out again. Because because, of course, we want to make sure we get some more people here for qualifying. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this and make sure to hit the notifications bell so you're notified as to the content on this channel. And as well, make sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. We are not far away from 100 likes, so let's try and get to 100 likes if we can before qualifying starts in, just over 45 minutes from now. But let's go through all the teams, and we'll start, of course, with Red Bull Racing. I think Red Bull are holding back. I think Red Bull have got a bit more pace than what they've shown in practice so far, and I still think they are the team to beat. I think it'll be the case this season, and it was last season, of course, that their aerodynamic design was very efficient at producing great downforce, but also made sure the car was quite slippery in a straight line. And that is very important, remember, for this type of track. Have a car that is, yes, quick in the corners, but it is also quite slippery and quite fast down straights. And I think Red Bull have got pretty much that perfect sweet spot for this type of circuit. And I still think, despite Fernando Alonso's heroics, and he is a heroic driver, is Fernando, and I'm sure he'll do a great job, I don't think he has enough within himself to get pole position. And I think Max Verstappen, the man on your screen, will be the one on pole position. Sergio Perez, I think, will be on the front row alongside him in second place. And Perez has been pretty close to Max so far this weekend, and I think that'll keep up during qualifying, that trend. And Red Bull, I still think they've got the front row for themselves. I think the only teams really they have to worry about, or not even teams, the only drivers I think they need to worry about today is Alonso and possibly Charles Leclerc as well, if Ferrari really turn things up to full whack and Leclerc suddenly shows pole position-like pace. Leclerc and Alonso, I think, are the only two that can really challenge Red Bull today. And, Red Bull are in a great position, not just for this weekend, but for the Formula One season overall. They have got, I think, really the perfect car for this season. And now we'll go on to the Ferrari team. Ferrari have not looked great so far, I've got to say. I don't think they've showed quite their full potential. I still think Charles Leclerc will be ahead of Alonso on the grid. And the reason I think that is because of the bit extra straight line speed the Ferrari car has compared to the Aston Martin, which of course has the Mercedes power unit in the back of it. And I think that will help Leclerc quite a bit. But it's going to be close between Leclerc and Alonso, and Leclerc will have to still produce his absolute best form to get into third on the grid. Carlos Sainz at times is looking good, but then at other times looks pretty bad. So it's kind of hard to say with Carlos in terms of consistently where is his pace at. But Ferrari, compared to last year, they are not in a position, I don't think, to fight for pole position. Of course, last year they got pole position and won the race and got a 1-2 finish. I'd be very, very, very surprised if they ended up with that today. I don't see them as quick as Red Bull at all. And they need to hope that, Leclerc can really produce a stellar lap like we know he is capable of, especially around a track like this. Because, because Ferrari are not in a great position right now, I've got to say. They've got good power. They've got decent qualifying pace for a front-running team. But if you look at their race pace, of course, which we'll get into that data tomorrow, they are in a bad position right now at the Ferrari team. So they just need to try and get the best result they can in qualifying to try and limit the damage of what's going to happen, I think, tomorrow in the Bahrain Grand Prix. But, I think Leclerc will end up third. Carlos Sainz, I think, will end up in the top 6. But I think he will struggle a bit more than Leclerc will in qualifying. Leclerc definitely the stronger around a circuit like this than Carlos is. Yeah, Ferrari, I think, in qualifying trim, still second best team. But, yeah, I don't think they're anywhere close to what Red Bull have. And neither, sadly, are Mercedes-Benz, who have had a pretty bad weekend so far. I think they've also got a bit more to show us than what they showed in Practice 2. Practice 2, they were 8th and 13th. I don't think they're going to be that bad in qualifying. I think Lewis Hamilton will still be pretty quick. My prediction is Lewis Hamilton will be 5th on the grid for the Bahrain Grand Prix, because I still think, it is Lewis Hamilton. He is a stellar driver on a Saturday. And I think the Mercedes car, compared to the Ferrari car, is a lot closer than it was last year. The issue is really that the Mercedes is just way too far off the Red Bull, which is now, easily the best car on the grid. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton, I'm going for him in 5th. George Russell, I think, will finish up in 7th today. Russell definitely slower than Hamilton around this circuit. We saw that last year and even in testing a week ago, that Russell lacking a bit of pace compared to Lewis. But yeah, Lewis is the main contender, I would say, for Mercedes, really, this weekend. And I think Hamilton will have a good race weekend, but Mercedes are going to just have to limit the damage as well, kind of like Ferrari, with the kind of car they've got, because they've not got a great car right now. I think they've got a better car for race trim, but they need to make some serious improvements to this car in the next few races, because if they want to win races this season, they have got to really improve this car a lot, because it's way too slow, I think, at the moment to win a Grand Prix. And finally, let's go on to the most exciting team of 2023. And it is, of course, Aston Martin. And Aston Martin, yeah, what a pre-season testing. What a weekend so far. 2 of the 3 practice sessions, Alonso has topped them. The most important practice session so far, Alonso was a 10th.5 quicker than the 2 Red Bulls. He is back to his absolute best. The Aston Martin car is a stunning car. Aerodynamically, it is just brilliant. And it's going to see Alonso this season doing very, very well indeed, especially in the races. I think more so than qualifying. But yeah, I don't think Alonso has the pace quite of the Red Bulls. I think the Red Bulls have, 1, better straight line speed, and 2, have superior downforce overall for this circuit. And the Aston Martin, as we saw last season, I don't think it's going to be at its best on a Saturday. I think the Aston Martin car really is at its best in race conditions. We've already seen that so far from the data from FP2 when Aston Martin did their long runs, and also in testing, that their pace is a lot better in the long runs than it is in, qualifying type runs. So, yeah, if Alonso can just be in the top 4 on the grid, then I think that's good enough for him to then probably finish on the podium tomorrow, because Aston Martin's pace, like I said, I'll get into it in the build-up to tomorrow's race, their pace is unbelievably good, and might be as good as Red Bull. Yeah, that's something to look out for tomorrow. But yeah, as long as Alonso can be top 4 on the grid, I think that's good enough. Top 3 definitely possible. Again, I've explained why I think he won't end up in the top 3, because I think the Ferrari will have just a bit extra straight line speed to power Leclerc to 3rd place. And yeah, Alonso will be still close in that fight, but end up in P4. But he'll set himself up for the race in good nick. Lance Stroll, obviously, he's come back from this wrist thing. He had surgery like 2 weeks ago. Missed testing. He's obviously done the weekend so far. His pace doesn't look that bad when he's, properly doing his quick laps. He's been, on average, so far, about 5-6 tenths of a second slower than Alonso. which I mean, yeah, is quite a bit slower than Fernando, but we know Lance, his single lap pace is not his strong suit. He's a lot stronger when it comes to race conditions, and that's why I think Stroll in the race tomorrow is going to be quite a dark horse for a strong result for the team and himself. But yeah, I don't think half a second off or 0.6 of a second off Alonso on average on a single lap is that bad for him, considering what his quali pace a lot of the time is like. So I don't think Stroll is that far away from his absolute highest potential. As well, we need to remember that if you look at the past from Stroll at this circuit, I think except for 2021, Lance has never been that quick here. He's always been, compared to teammates, pretty slow around this circuit again, except for 2021. So this is not a strong track for him. He'll definitely be stronger in the race. And yeah, Stroll, I think, because he's not absolutely up to full pace yet because of his wrist issues, I think he will struggle a bit today. But in the race, like I said, he'll come alive a lot more. But I've got him, Stroll, in 9th place today, splitting the two Haas cars, who I think will be very competitive. But yeah, he'll be a few positions back from Fernando, but in the race, like I said, he will come alive because the Aston Martin car will properly come alive. But yeah, those are the 4 front-running teams. Let me know, guys, in the chat, how do you think all those teams will do in qualifying coming up in 40 minutes' time? Let's now whiz through those midfield teams. Starting with Alpine. I mean, they've shown us quite a bit more of what they've got, Alpine, this weekend. Obviously, in testing, they didn't really show us anything at all. But really, once they've started to show us what they've got, it's not been great, I've got to say. They look to be maybe at best like the 5th best team, but not by that much, maybe a very small margin. But yeah, they don't look great, I've got to say, Alpine. I was expecting a bit more from them, put it that way, in that midfield scrap. And they look like they're, this weekend, really fighting with Haas, McLaren to a certain extent, Alfa Romeo as well. Those are the teams it looks as though they're fighting in this pink liveried Alpine. The Alpine will be pink, by the way, for this Grand Prix, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, and the Australian Grand Prix in a month from now, the Australian Grand Prix. So yeah, just letting you know about that livery and what they're going for there. But yeah, Alpine, I think for qualifying, I think they're just going to lack that raw pace needed to get one of their cars into like a strong position in the top 10. And I've got Haas F1 quicker than them in qualifying coming up in, just over 35 minutes from now. So, yeah, I think Alpine, they'll still be competitive. I think they'll be just on the fringes of the top 10. But in the race, I think you'll see them come alive a lot more, the Alpine team, because we know that even if Haas are as quick as I say they'll be, they still have their tyre deg issues. And from what I've seen so far, Haas have still got those issues to a certain extent. So, not all doom and gloom for the Alpine team. And yeah, I think they're still in a decent position for this weekend's race. And I think they're still favourites to be best of the rest after the top 4 teams for the season. So yeah, Alpine looking good, but nothing special, I would say, from them. Kind of like they were at the start of last season, to be honest. Now on to the McLaren team, who of course have had a very interesting pre-season testing and just season up to this point. Lots of doom and gloom coming out of the car launch event and also coming out of pre-season testing. We expected McLaren were going to come here and be absolutely god-awful. And they've come here and they're not actually that bad. They're probably right on the pace of teams like maybe Alpine. They look definitely quicker than AlphaTauri to me. And McLaren seem to have made a step forward from what we saw in the pre-season testing last week. And yeah, look much better here. And they do have a decent opportunity, I would say. And I think given the two drivers they've got, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, two very good drivers, given how good they are, especially in qualifying circumstances, I think you have to say that they've still got a decent chance of a Q3, McLaren, which would at least be a pretty good step up on what we saw this time last year, where McLaren, I think, were 13th and 18th on the grid. But yeah, McLaren don't look too bad. And when you go and look at their race pace data from Friday's FP2 session, McLaren don't look bad at all. And I wonder, with those big upgrades they've got coming soon, just where they'll be after those, just after those upgrades, because they could be in a really strong position, McLaren. But yeah, McLaren don't look too bad. I think they're going to be a lot stronger in the race, to be honest. So yeah, I still got them outside the top 10. I got Norris in, I think, 13th, and Piastri, I think I've still got him getting knocked down Q1. The reason is because McLaren, I think, still don't have a very quick car, and Piastri, most of the time, has been struggling compared to Lando Norris. So yeah, that's why I think it'll end up that way. So yeah, no Q3 appearance in my view from McLaren. For Alfa Romeo, car looks good, but not as good as it was this time last year at the same track. Bottas and Zhou look pretty competitive with each other. I still think Bottas ends up ahead of Zhou on the grid, because Bottas normally is faster than Zhou. But yeah, I think kind of like Alpine, they'll be close to getting into Q3, but just not close enough. Bottas, I think, will end up in 12th place, and Zhou, if I remember correctly, I've got in 15th, but he won't be that much slower than what Bottas does in qualifying with his lap time. So yeah, Alfa Romeo, decent, but not good enough in my view to be in the top 10. Say with both cars, and maybe good enough to get one car into the top 10, say in 10th place, but yeah, I'd be surprised, very surprised, if they got both cars into the top 10, because I don't think the car, at least over a single lap, is quite quick enough compared to, say, the Haas car to actually do that. But we'll see, I guess, in qualifying coming up in just over 30 minutes from now. But yeah, Alfa Romeo will be right around where Alpine are, I think, in this session. Haas F1, though, I think are going to be absolutely, they're going to be absolutely the best of the rest here on the grid. Obviously, you've got your top 4 teams. We'll see how they all play out. But with the other midfield teams, I think over a single lap, Haas F1 have got the car capable of being best of the rest. I've got Magnussen ending up today in 8th place with Hülkenberg in 10th. Nico has surprised me. Hold on. God, my throat really cut out then. I will have to have a drink in a moment because, yeah, my throat, well, you can hear it now. Sounds like it's pretty much gone. Let me just clear my throat a second. And I will probably have to have a drink in a moment because I have been talking for 3 hours non-stop. But yeah, for Haas F1, I think they've got the best car from the midfield pack. I've got Magnussen finishing up in 8th with Nico Hülkenberg in P10. Hülkenberg's pace, very impressive so far. Magnussen, though, the reason I've got him ahead of Hülkenberg on the grid in my predictions is because Kevin normally is quicker than Nico on a Saturday. I mean, Kevin is one of the quickest drivers on a Saturday out of the entire grid. And yeah, the Haas car looks overall very well balanced, very good, and looks to have very good pace. So yeah, I think Haas are going to be best of the rest, 8th and 10th, with an Aston Martin of Lance Stroll splitting them on the grid. If Hülkenberg, though, outqualifies Magnussen in his first Grand Prix, properly back, as a full-time driver, that would be one of the drives of the day, I've got to say, because Magnussen is no slouch when it comes to qualifying. He is a very good driver, Magnussen, on a Saturday. But yeah, Haas, they are, for me, best of the rest. For AlphaTauri, they look to be, well, to me, pretty certain the 9th best team, so second worst team on the grid, basically. Yeah, don't look very good. Obviously, the two drivers, they're not super quick drivers. They're drivers that have got potential, but maybe not potential on a consistent basis. And the AlphaTauri car so far, I've got to say, hasn't looked very quick, and grip-wise has not looked very good on track. It doesn't look like a proper good midfield car like, say, the Alpine does or the Haas car does. The AlphaTauri are going to be a team that struggles today, and I've got both AlphaTauris getting knocked out, I'm afraid, in Q1. And then finally, Williams. Alex Albon, I'm sure, will try his best to get out of Q1, but I think Williams have got, unfortunately, a pretty slow car compared to the rest of the field. Maybe Albon, does a madness and gets into Q2. We'll see how he does with that, but yeah, Williams have got the worst car in qualifying and race conditions, without doubt. So yeah, Williams, they are going to be stuck, I'm afraid, to the foot of the field. And what I will do quickly is, let me just hide the timer because I want to show on screen my predictions. So here is, visually, my predictions for qualifying. I think it'll be Verstappen on pole, Perez second, Leclerc third, Alonso fourth, and then Hamilton fifth, and then Sainz, Russell, Magnussen, Stroll, Hulkenberg. And then Gasly, Bottas, Norris, Ocon, Zhou, Tsunoda, Piastri, De Vries, Albon, and Sargent. That is my full prediction for qualifying. Let me know, guys, in the live chat whether you agree or disagree or not. I am now going to do a poll of you guys in the chat. Let me just get the timer, though, back on screen. There you go. Just under 30 minutes to go until qualifying. And yeah, let me do a poll of you guys. By the way, thank you guys for getting the stream up and over 100 likes. Let's try and get towards 150 if we can before the end of the stream. Let me just ask you guys with this poll. Sorry, by the way, if you can hear a cat screaming in the background. He normally screams when I'm on stream. Probably try and make himself heard. Who do you think will get pole for Bahrain GP? And I'll just quickly do the options, and then you guys can vote on this poll as we go through the next, say, 25 minutes of build-up before we get properly into the session. And the four options I'm going to go for: Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and Alonso. So there you go. There's the poll. Make sure to vote, everyone watching, and let me know, who do you think will get pole position? Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, or Alonso? My prediction is Verstappen. I want to hear from you guys. And make sure to keep posting your comments in the chat as to what you think is going to happen here in qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix, beginning in just over, or just under, 30 minutes from now. What I'm going to do quickly now is post a link of the stream out a couple more times, and then I'm going to have a quick drinks break and stretch of my legs before we get into this main event of the evening. Come join us here too. Watchalong qualifying for the Bahrain GP. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. And I'll let you guys to post your comments. And yeah, I'm interested to see what you guys go for on the poll. Because given Alonso and Aston Martin's pace, I can see some of you definitely going for an Alonso poll. And if you truly think Alonso will be on pole, then vote for it. Don't just vote for someone that, you don't actually think they're going to do what they're going to do. Right, let me just post this link out on Twitter. And I don't think, by the way, there is any news currently on Twitter. F1 wise. And one more hashtag. And there you go. And yeah, cannot wait for this. Finally, we will find out legitimately who has the pace in 2023. Been saying it for so long, and not long away now to the point where I won't have to keep saying that until, of course, the end of February, start of March in 2024. But yeah, I'll let you guys keep posting in the chat. Again, let me know, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying? Keep posting your comments about that. And I will be back in just a second. I'm just going to have a quick drink and stretch my legs before qualifying, because I've been already going for, 3 hours, 20 minutes. And yeah, I'll be back with you guys in a few seconds' time. Right, so I'm back. Sorry if it was a bit longer than I planned to be. I was drinking my bottle of water and the top fell off and fell across the room, so I had to go fetch it. But yeah, what I'm going to do, I think for the next 20 minutes, is just read what you guys have to say now. I've given you my verdict. Now I want to hear from you guys. I'm just going to hide the timer quickly, because one thing I want to do is I just want to delete all of this stuff from my OBS so it will run quicker, because I don't want to take any chances. Because OBS, can have its moments. And let me just get rid of that Formula 2 stuff as well, and I'll show that schedule thing later. We have got, 22 minutes now to go. Yeah, there you go. 22 minutes to go until the start of qualifying. Not very long now, guys. Let's see what you guys have to say. Willifon Gaming, good to see you, mate. Says, Verstappen and Hamilton need to sort themselves out when they race wheel to wheel. It's simple, really. I think what's happened there is, when they were racing a few years ago, before it became proper serious, with the championship at stake, they are naturally hard racers, but they would give themselves, just about that fair enough amount of room and wouldn't be doing any silly stuff. But once they started fighting for the title, obviously, once you start fighting for a championship, the way you race the other car, another driver, is going to be different. And I think what happened after Silverstone, where Hamilton took Verstappen off at Cops, I think from that moment on, and also Lewis was a bit upset that Max was so forceful as a driver. I think Lewis pretty much has decided when racing Max that he will not give him not any room. He'll still give him room because Lewis doesn't want to have a crash every time, but Lewis is not going to be as kind anymore to Max as he was previously, because he feels as though, I think, Max races too hard, which I'm sure you could say with Max, that he does overstep the boundaries sometimes. And Max, because he wants to assert his authority, is not going to not go for a move on someone. And even if the chances of making a move stick aren't great, he's still going to try it, because he has that similar thing to what Senna had. Martin Brundle used to talk about it very well, where Senna he'd make a move to the inside of another car and put his front wheel on the inside of a rear wheel of the car he was trying to overtake. And he would do it, obviously to try and overtake, but also to kind of do it out of testing the driver to see if they wanted to have an accident or not. And Max kind of has that similar type of mentality to racing, where he wants to, I guess, know how much room and how kind you are going to be to him. And obviously, if Max sticks a wheel up the inside and at the very last second you decide to give him space, then mentally you are beaten at that point, because Max would know then, as any other top driver would know, that, if they try that move again, you'll just jump out of the way. And that's exactly what Senna had back in the day. And Max has a similar type of aggression, I guess. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Dane says, I'd be surprised if Hamilton got pole, considering the Mercedes car not great. Yeah, I don't think pole position is possible for them. Classic Loonies. Ferrari are going to be beaten by Mercedes. Why is Chaz still on the hype train of Ferrari? I'm not on a Ferrari hype train, trust me. I think tomorrow in the race, they're going to be pretty bad, Ferrari. I just don't think Mercedes have got better pace than Ferrari in qualifying trim. Mercedes normally are a bit quicker in the races than they are in qualifying, and I think that's what you're going to see today. Obviously, the Ferrari quite a bit stronger engine-wise with its performance. That does help, especially around a power track like this. Yeah. I think in the race tomorrow, Mercedes will probably beat Ferrari, but I think, for qualifying, I think Ferrari have got the advantage. Let's find some other comments here if I can in the chat. Keep them coming, guys. We've still got, just over 15 minutes left until that green light comes on, the exit of the pit lane. Opulent says, true, Max will fight with you on track and plays by the rule, but he plays mental games with you. Max is a mental master, not as good as Hamilton. I think with Lewis, what makes Lewis, for me, so great is he doesn't have to resort to sometimes dirty tactics at times, which I think you can absolutely accuse Max of. I think Max, at times, has tried to really push the boundaries of what is fair, racing-wise. We saw that with, him moving too late on the straight with Raikkonen a few years ago. Obviously in Brazil with Max in 2021, where he was overtaken by Hamilton and then just dived back up the inside at turn 4 and deliberately went off the track to push Hamilton off. I still don't get how that was not a penalty for Verstappen. It was the most clear forcing another driver off the circuit I think I've ever seen. That's Michael Massey for you. I think what makes Lewis so great is he doesn't have to resort to those tactics yet. 7-time world champion, most wins ever, most poles ever. And doesn't have to resort to those tactics that Max has. Senna, obviously, he resorted to stuff at times that was definitely over the line. Same, obviously, with Michael Schumacher, but Lewis has never had to. Hello to Nib. Good to see you, mate. And hopefully you're proper excited for this qualifying session. And, yeah. I really hope Alonso is... let me clarify. I don't mind, who gets pole, who wins the race in any F1 weekend. It doesn't matter to me. I just want excitement. But given the surprise that Aston Martin are, and given how long it's been since Fernando Alonso was fighting at the front of a Grand Prix, and he should be fighting towards the front of Grand Prix because he is still one of the best drivers in the world. If he gets pole position, yeah, I am going to go absolutely bonkers if that happens. And I really hope that it is at least possible. Turbo says, in reality, probably Verstappen pole, Verstappen win with ease, but a girl can dream, right? Yeah, I mean, Alonso, I think, is probably realistically the only driver from another team that could stop Max. If you look at, the data and all of that, it looks like Alonso is the only one who can stop Max this weekend. Verstappen, we have to remember, he has never won the Bahrain Grand Prix. Should have probably won in 2021, but Red Bull kind of messed up the strategy, and obviously Max did overtake Hamilton, but off the track and had to let him back through in a race that was what classic that was a couple years ago. But this weekend is Verstappen's best chance to win this Bahrain Grand Prix that he's ever had, because the Red Bull car looks supreme. Let's find some more comments here. I will, of course, in probably 5 minutes or so from now, end the poll, which is currently going on the top of the live chat. If you're just joining us, hello to you. Make sure to vote in the poll at the top of the live chat to let me know, who do you think gets pole today? Is it Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, or Leclerc? Realistically, I think those are the 4 best options. So yeah, let me know in the chat. Just trying to see if there's any more comments here that I've missed that have been posted in the last few minutes. Triban thinks it'll be Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, or Alonso third. Dane thinks it'll be Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell. Opulent says Perez, Fernando, Max, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc. Triband, why are people hyping up Russell so much? Well, for this weekend, I don't think people are hyping him up that much, but overall, the reason people hype him up is because he is a really good driver. He is, I think, for sure, future world champion. I think he wins definitely at least another Grand Prix this season and has another good season. Not as good as last season. I don't think he'll beat Hamilton in the championship again, but yeah, I think he's absolutely going to be a future, maybe not all-time great driver of this sport, but definitely he will be a world champion in the future. I have no doubt about it. He is a super quick driver. And, well, he just needs to hope Mercedes get their act together. As we've got about 11, 12 minutes to go until qualifying begins, as Sky F1 is just going through the last bits of onboard stuff before we get into qualifying. Darkness has now fully descended, thankfully, in Bahrain. Let's see if I can find some other comments here before I end that poll. Nib saying, what about Piastri? Well, thank God you weren't here when I showed my full prediction on the screen. I don't think Piastri's going to have a good qualifying session today. I think he'll come a lot stronger, or get a lot stronger in the race, because I think McLaren have got a good race car. But yeah, I think my prediction for Piastri was 16th or 17th, and Norris only in 13th place. So yeah, I don't think McLaren are going to be, super great today. I think their peak will come tomorrow, because they look to have a lot more pace on the long runs. As Max Verstappen is into the Red Bull garage and looks like he's nearly ready to go, as Sergio Perez's Red Bull just being polished. Aline says Alonso, Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton. Him saying, that's it, you've been blocked, you've been virtually bloked. It's a shame for Piastri, because if the McLaren car was actually really good, I think he'd have a pretty decent first weekend in F1 here. But yeah, McLaren car just isn't very good right now, is it? So yeah, I think in Saudi he'll be a lot quicker, because I think he likes that track more. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be super quick this weekend. As Pierre Gasly, I can see, getting suited and booted. Opulent says Oscar will do terrible this weekend. McLaren is screwed this year. They'll be lucky if they finish the season as a team in 6th. Yeah, I think 6th place might be a bit of a stretch for them, because even though they've got upgrades coming, we have to remember that because they finished 5th in the championship, they won't be able to develop their car as much as, say, Haas will, or AlphaTauri, and obviously Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin. So if they don't get this McLaren car, properly in a good position by mid-season, then they're going to have to really just give up and focus on next year's car. Super Kev, says, think I'm done as a McLaren fan. Too many false dawns. Yeah. I mean, my view is that McLaren is just going to be a midfield team, I think, for the next few years, at least, because I don't think they've got the pieces in place to drag themselves up to a front-running team level. But, I mean, they should still be a competitive midfield outfit, but yeah, from what we've seen so far, they're not necessarily that competitive, which is obviously a shame. But yeah, we are very close now to getting underway. And I think with us so close to getting underway, let me finish up the poll in the chat. And thank you guys for voting on that poll. 137 votes in total. And this is what you guys have to say. You guys think that Max Verstappen will be on pole. Most of you. He won the poll, 44% of the vote, with Alonso second, 32% of the vote, so a lot closer than the poll I did last night, where you guys had it pretty clearly in Max's favour. And then Leclerc third, 14% of the vote, with Perez fourth, 8% of the vote. Jermaine Kelly says, love the channel, thanks. You're a big Max and Red Bull fan. No, I am not a big Max and Red Bull fan. I'm a neutral. I like them too, but I'm rooting for Haas. I mean, I have had this accusation a lot because, I do like Verstappen as a driver. The reason I like him as a driver is simply because he's so exciting. He's been such a great thing for Formula One. I don't like him because I'm supporting him outright or anything. But I do like him as a driver because, Formula One is much better for having him because he's such a great driver, such a exciting driver. I mean, that's why I like Alonso and, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, all these drivers, because they're so great, so exciting, and they make Formula One so good. But yeah, thanks for your kind words. Brabham says you have to be an OEM to win, in my opinion. Which obviously means, you know, be your own or be a works team, basically, to win in Formula One. Yeah, McLaren, they are currently, I think, having talks with Honda, possibly about reuniting for 2026. Obviously, if McLaren and Honda partnered up, that'd probably be a works partnership. So Honda would only focus really on McLaren. McLaren have even, I think Zach Brown apparently has had a visit to the Red Bull powertrain facility, apparently. I saw news about that, I think, yesterday, which is interesting. But yeah, more on that probably in the next couple of years. You'd imagine McLaren will want to announce who they're going to be partnering up with engine-wise, probably by the middle of next year. They'll want to get that announced and all sorted. But guys, we are just under 5 minutes away from qualifying getting underway. Get ready for what's going to be a superb session under the lights here in Bahrain. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2023, and we will be doing, of course, for F3 Grand Prix after this. Tomorrow, I will be live at 1 PM UK time for the start of my race day stream. 1 till 2:30, we're doing a race preview, and then from 2:30 till 5 PM will be the race watch-along. The race starts at 3 PM UK time, and then for about 30 to 45 minutes after the race, I'll be reacting with you guys to everything that has happened in the Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for that, and make sure to smash the like button if you have not already. And let's try and get the likes up to, say, 125, 130 likes, something like that, say before the end of qualifying. That would be great if we could try and do that. But yeah, we are moments away as they're already going in through the F1 intro. And yeah, great to be back in Bahrain. I'm sure we're in for a super close session. As, of course, compared to the FP3 session that happened earlier, the track temperature, now it's dark, has dropped quite a bit by about, should be about 15 degrees or so. The drop in track temperature, maybe not quite as much as that, but around about that. And this circuit really is a power track. You've got 3 DRS zones, 4 long straights really around this circuit, and if you've not got good straight line speed here, you are not going to do well here. That is for sure. And the tyre compounds this weekend, the C3, C2 and C1, soft, medium and hard, of course. As here we are in Bahrain. Yeah, track temperature 29 degrees Celsius, about 12 degrees cooler than it was at the start of practice 3. And it's in that very good zone where the cars can get into some very quick lap times. But I think I'll get rid of that timer and let's just get into it. Let me get rid of these F2 car pictures. And just that, of course, the running order on the left-hand side, that is, what do you call it? That is the running order of practice 3, which obviously finished a couple hours ago, or 2.5 hours ago. What am I trying to do? This is what I'm trying to do. Display that it is Q1, and of course, Q1 is an 18-minute long session. And the teams to look out for in Q1 in terms of who could get knocked out, obviously Williams, AlphaTauri, I think those are the 2 teams most at risk. And then probably McLaren next up after that, I would imagine. Yeah, those are the 3 teams at risk. And indeed, Nib, with some weird Aussie bloke on the watch along as well. He'll be joining me too. as they're displaying, as they did earlier on the F1 broadcast, that 22 years ago, guys, on this day, Fernando Alonso made his debut with Minardi at the 2001 Australian Grand Prix. And his F1 career is only slightly older than Oscar Piastri as a human being. That's just how old and great Fernando is. And knowing him, he's probably going to race for another 10 years. As Verstappen strapped and ready in his car. So is Lewis Hamilton. And I'll let you know when the session gets underway. I'll sync up the timer, I think, at the 17-minute mark. Because normally, on the broadcast, they don't show the timer until the session has started. And obviously then it's already, gone past 18 minutes. But it is, of course, an 18-minute long session. The Red Bull fans in the crowd. Quite a lot of Red Bull and Verstappen fans. Some Mercedes fans, Ferrari fans, and I'm sure Alonso fans out there as well. Really looking forward to this session. Nib saying, just quickly, with Zak Brown at McLaren, they won't be a successful race team. Yeah. As the session, guys, has officially begun. 2 AlphaTauris are the first on track. I think with Zak Brown at McLaren, I think, he's not going to lead them into being a successful racing team. Really, I think if they had Andreas Seidel in the position that Zak Brown has, which is all the power needed or all the power at McLaren, then I think McLaren would be in a better position. Of course, understandable why Andreas has gone to Alfa Romeo to head up the Audi F1 project, which will be taking place in 2026. Can't wait to see them on the grid. 2 AlphaTauris first on track, and the 2 Ferraris are on the track as well. Interesting, they come out some early. And there you go. Timer on screen. Let me just adjust the positioning of that. And there you go. That's all good. So, just so you guys know, what was I going to say? The quickest lap time in practice 2 on the soft tyre. Ferrari, interestingly, are on the C2 tyre. No idea why they're doing that. Maybe to save a set of tyres for the race. But the C2 is thought to be at least a second a lap slower than the C3, which is the soft tyre. So, that is a strange decision. Ferrari going to be pretty slow then for these first runs. We've also got Nico Hülkenberg on the circuit. But, the quickest lap time from practice 2 was a 1:30.9. So, we'll see, how quickly we can get lapping, quicker than that. One thing I want to do is get out the dotted line. Obviously, I don't want it to be as big as that. Illustrate, of course, where the cutoff zone is. And hold on. Let me just do a few more on the lines there, so it does it correctly. And I think, that's good enough. So, as usual, just like last year, with a dotted line, anyone below that dotted line at the end of Q1 is out in Q1 and will start in the bottom 5 positions, as Charles Leclerc did not do a quick run then. Don't know if he was providing a tow to Carlos Sainz or if he made a mistake or not. And I think just showing a slow-mo replay of... something fell off the back of the Ferrari car as it was bouncing on the straight. Something maybe underneath the car has fallen off. And then into turn 1, Leclerc, massive lock, not massive lock up, but a big lock up, and he goes really wide and then gives up his lap. So maybe that Ferrari car might have some proper damage on it. That would not be good for them, because Leclerc really is their only hope of a really great session. Yuki Tsunoda, by the way, is on the first lap time of qualifying, and he is currently in P1. And Nick De Vries is up to second. Of course, two AlphaTauris were the first to do a lap time. So, yeah, De Vries up to P2. And Carlos Sainz, yeah, only second with that lap. It's a slow lap of 32.4. I mean, even if he was on the C3 compound, the soft compound tyre this weekend, he still wouldn't be going as quick, maybe as he should be, in first qualifying. So, yeah, that is not a very good time from Sainz at all. I don't know why I've got him in P1. Let me just update that. He's actually in P2. Red flag. And I think, is it for that debris? Let me just get rid of that timer. I'm wondering, is it? Yeah, it is. It's the debris. I think, is it of Leclerc's car? That looks at a different corner. That looks like turn 1. It is turn 1. Don't know whose car that's from, but yeah, red flag. Oh, great start. And looks like that looks like a front wing piece, possibly, of someone's car. So this red flag really shouldn't last that long, as Verstappen had just come out onto track, I think, when that red flag was deployed. So, yeah, they're going to try and pick up that debris, but they're going to have to wait for the cars to slowly tour back to the pit. So a bit of a wait now, which is, yeah, really annoying. Not a great start, is it? But, yeah, once the cars have all come back in, I'm sure that piece will be picked up. And any other rubbish will be cleared away. And, yeah, we've still got a few cars that need to re-enter the pits. The red flag's probably only going to last another 2 more minutes, as it should be very easy to retrieve. As the McLaren here of Piastri, is it? And Leclerc just... was it Norris? I'm not sure. They're just on their way slowly back to the pits, and they'll have to have a look at that Ferrari car, because there might be some damage to it, which could seriously slow down their chances of a good grid position. And yeah, both the McLaren of Piastri and Charles Leclerc are back into the pits. Interestingly, Piastri doesn't have the yellow on the top of the T-cam, which normally the number 2 in a team has. I think certain I think you can request, or yeah, I think you can have it requested that you have the yellow T-bar. Lewis Hamilton has the yellow. Or did he have it last season? I think he normally does have it anyway, does Lewis? But, I mean, he has it this season anyway, I think, because he was second in the championship. I can't remember exactly how it all works. But, yeah, that is all the cars back in the pit, sadly. And we now wait for the red flag to come back in. And we will get going again at 13 minutes and 23 seconds. Only 3 times on the board of Tsunoda, Sainz, De Vries. The 2 AlphaTauris did their best times on the soft. And Sainz did his best time on the medium. Ferrari, like I said, they must be trying to save tyres, because with the pace difference between the medium and the soft here, this weekend, there's no reason why you'd be using the medium if you're actually trying to go quick. And yet, red flag has now come back in, so it's been retrieved, and the session, I'm assuming, will restart in like a minute from now. And I'll sync up the timer at the 13-minute mark. And some work going on to the Ferrari to inspect damage. And here is I think Anthony Davidson showing us on SkyPad quickly before the session gets going to see what fell off the Ferrari. And let's have a... Are they going to play it? Yep, let's have a look. And, well, we'll see once he actually shows it properly. I think he's just explaining it all on the Sky F1 broadcast. And yeah, he's or it has the actually, I think I've seen what it is. Hasn't I think the bottom half of the, what do you call it? The bottom half of the wheel, what do you call it? The wheel cover, is it? Nibble, no. The little aero thing on the wheel. I think half of it on the Ferrari is missing on the right-hand side on his right front tyre. That's what a bit of what fell off. We've seen that before, I swear. I think another team had that earlier last season. Because obviously they're new since 2022 with these regulations. I think we saw that last year where the wheel cover thing fell off, or wheel deflector, whatever you want to call them. I think they're putting a new second half on now and then just stitching it together. Yeah. That's, yeah, Nib's saying that's what it is. Good. As 1 minute to go until the session restarts. It has been confirmed. As they're just showing FOM. The karting track that's out there, just to the side of this track. And just to the side of the big boy track. There's Robert Schwartzman, Ferrari reserve driver. A good driver, Robert. I mean, if he was an F2 still, he'd still be one of the premier drivers. But yeah, just sadly never got it done in F2. I thought he'd be on the grid. I think I predicted that he'd be on the grid in like 2020 or 2021, but it just never happened for him because he didn't deliver, unfortunately. But the session, guys, is about to restart in 10 seconds from now. We've got quite a few cars waiting on the exit of the pit lane. And 3, 2, 1, and lights out, and away we go. And yeah, we are back underway. And yeah, I'll get the timer synced up on screen in 10 seconds. The first car is a Williams of Alex Albon, I think, maybe. There you go. So 13 minutes to go in Q1. So let's properly get into this session now. They're just deflectors. Okay, yeah. But yeah, once Anthony Davidson showed that slow-mo, clear to see that, yeah, it was half of his wheel deflector fell off. But he is now back out on track, Leclerc. Clearly, it's been fixed. And pretty much all the cars now on the circuit. And surely, Ferrari are going to now be on soft tyres. There's no reason to use the medium tyres. Again, they are so slow compared to the soft tyres around this track. And not just around this track, the C3 compound is so much quicker than the C2. And yet, Ferrari are on soft tyres. Remember, in 2023, there will be, I don't know when exactly, but the occasional weekend where the FIA or Liberty Media will be trialling a new tyre system in qualifying. They're not doing it, thankfully, this weekend, where the teams will be forced to use the hard tyres in Q1, then use the mediums in Q2, and then the soft compound tyres in Q3. Sounds like a terrible idea, and hopefully it falls flat on its fucking face, because whoever came up with that is an idiot. Because whoever thought that was actually a good idea that should be even spoken of, never mind trialed, yeah, is an absolute clown. I mean, that, what do you call it? That tyre idea is arguably worse than the Bernie Ecclestone qualifying idea of 2016 of you had to do your lap before your respective timer runs out, whatever the fuck that shit was. I'm just looking at chat to see what's going on. Super Kev saying, get your ass in the commentary team ASAP. Well, you know, in the future, if Nib wants to join in qualifying, he can. It's just that, yeah, being serious, normally, I think Nib is more... How do I describe it? He watches the races more than qualifying. He doesn't always watch qualifying. I think he would say that as well. As Carlos Sainz has had his lap time deleted, I think. So it's just an AlphaTauri 1-2 now. And yeah, we've got plenty of cars out there on a lap. And we've now got a few lap times being set. Zhou Guanyu goes quickest for Alfa Romeo. Let me just quickly update that. And then Valtteri Bottas, I think, is in second place. Well, not anymore. Lance Stroll is quickest for Aston Martin, who are the team really to watch. Max Verstappen now goes quickest on the soft compound tyre. Only a third of a second, though, quicker than Lance Stroll. Would have expected a bit more time than that. And Fernando Alonso goes quickest yet again. Alonso quickest on a 1:31.1. And then Verstappen second, Stroll third. Tsunoda is in fourth. And then you've got Zhou fifth. Bottas is in sixth place. And then Charles Leclerc now goes quickest for Ferrari. So that car definitely back its fighting best. And he's half a tenth quicker than Alonso. And that lap time by Leclerc is quickest, and Ferrari's quickest of the weekend so far. Well, now even quicker, because Carlos Sainz goes quickest for Ferrari on a 1:30.9, and that's pretty much the quickest time of the weekend so far, with George Russell in second place, and then you've got Leclerc third, Alonso fourth, and then Verstappen in fifth. Sergio Perez is in sixth place, with Lewis Hamilton in P7. And then you've got Ocon eighth in the Alpine, with Tsunoda ninth, and then Zhou 10th, Bottas 11th, and then Kevin Magnussen only 12th. Very surprised. The lack of pace by Haas so far. Albon is 13th. That's a very good first run. And then you've got De Vries in 14th, Gasly 15th, and currently in the drop zone. Lance Stroll has had his lap time deleted, so he's last. In the drop zone, Hulkenberg, Norris, Piastri, Sargent, and Stroll. Some very big headline names already in the drop zone. Right, I'll make sure to, Nib, with the DM. Yeah, everyone now coming back into the pits because we've got really only one final run to go now until the end of Q1, because obviously these cars need refilling and some fresh tyres. But who is at risk of getting knocked out? Probably anywhere from Zhou down to Gasly, I would say. So yeah, Zhou, Bottas, Magnussen, Albon, De Vries, and Gasly. Tsunoda has done a very good time there of 1:31.7, I think, which is quite a bit faster than what Hulkenberg has done in 16th place. So yeah, I think Tsunoda might be just about okay. But yeah, Zhou, Bottas, Magnussen, Albon, De Vries, and Gasly are at risk. And of course, the people in the drop zone, Hulkenberg, Norris, Piastri, Sargent, Stroll, need to get on with it in their final run. And here's a replay probably of why Stroll had his lap time deleted and yet went over the white line on the exit turn 13. And I'll just quickly see, whilst we're waiting for the final runs of Q1, I'll just have a quick look at Twitter to see what's going on. Right, just looking at DM. So, from F1 data analysis, Ferrari did 326 kilometers an hour against 322 in FP3. So yeah, Ferrari have absolutely turned things up and they've got a lot more power now, which I did say would happen. I mean, everyone has been saying it, and I even knew it from what we've seen of the data so far from their low fuel runs in testing, and obviously this weekend, that they've got quite a bit more power to show us. And yeah, they have definitely showed us so far, because already they're half a second faster than their best time in FP2. Whether they keep this up for Q3 when it really matters, we'll see. Yeah, looks good, obviously, for Ferrari to get to Q2. Though, most importantly, can McLaren avoid an absolute shocker of a qualifying session, which would be, them finishing 17th and 18th? That would be horrifically bad for McLaren if they were to finish up in those positions. It really, really would. As the cars now piling on to track. And yeah, everyone coming out to track. I mean, the track does improve a lot with obviously the rubber going down, and the lap times do come down a bit. Not as much as other circuits like you get at like Barcelona or the Hungaroring as a track where normally the lap times improve so much during the course of a qualifying session. But yeah, I think all the teams pretty much will want to be out there to get another run in. One, for their own confidence, and secondly, so they make sure they get into Q2. As we are looking at Lance Stroll, nope, Fernando Alonso currently in P4, 10.5 down on Carlos Sainz. Obviously, Q1 is not really an indicator as to what the true pace is for the front-running teams, because we have seen it plenty of times in the past where front-running teams can still hold a bit back with their engine modes in Q1, knowing that they'll still be able to get through to Q2 and even Q3 by doing that. And yeah, everyone is on the circuit except for Carlos Sainz, who has stayed in the pits, wants to save a set of tyres. Yeah, everyone except Sainz, with 2 minutes to go in Q1, is on an out lap. as Alex Albon has started his final run in Q1. If he gets through to Q2, that's a superb effort because Williams are not that quick at all. And here he is, Albon. We all love Albon. He had a great season last year. And let's see what he's got for us in 2023 in qualifying. He had plenty of qualifying sessions last year where he did some incredible stuff. And what's he done for the first sector? It's a personal best first sector. The first sector, though, here isn't really that important. It's the middle sector that really decides what is a good lap. As he now flies into turn 10. Handles it really well. Williams' car with Albon in it looks really good. As Albon now, with a minute to go in Q1, flies through turn 11. And Lance Stroll, obviously, is on another lap here. Stroll just needs to do a good lap and not violate the track limits, and it'll be fine, I think. Albon, only 0.4 of a second off Carlos Sainz after the first two sectors. He's probably going to go from, say, 13th up to about 8th, 9th place, maybe. We'll see. As he comes to the line now, Alex Albon. And he goes even better. He goes up to 6th place. What a final sector for the Williams. And yeah, he should be in a good position now to get into Q2. As Lance Stroll comes to the line and goes 5th with a purple final sector. Let's just update that very quickly before we get through the rest of the times. As the checkered flag now flying. And here comes Lando Norris as Yuki Tsunoda has improved up to 7th place. Tsunoda, I think, is going to be fine. Bottas is up to 10th. Norris goes up to 13th. I'm not sure that's going to be good enough, I'm afraid. As Gasly goes up to 15th. I think Gasly definitely is not good enough with that lap. Zhou is up to 13th. And in the drop zone, we've got Magnussen, De Vries, Hulkenberg, Piastri and Sargent. Can Piastri get his way out? No, he cannot. 17th only. Hulkenberg now up to 6th. What a lap by Nico Hulkenberg. Vital lap there. And he is into Q2 comfortably. Kevin Magnussen still in 17th. Please tell me he's on a lap. Logan Sargent does the exact same lap time as Lando Norris, but gets knocked out in 16th place because Norris did it first. He did his lap first, therefore he goes through. But Norris and Sargent do the exact same lap time. What a shame for Logan to be that close to getting into Q2. What a session for Sargent to out-qualify Gasly, Magnussen, Piastri and De Vries. And Magnussen, by the way, is out in 18th place. Good session for Sargent, but yes, such a shame we couldn't get through. But that is all it now. And Williams do at least have a car into Q2. As just a replay of how close Albon was to violating the track limits. He may have actually just violated it. I'm not sure if he's had his time deleted or not. Nope, looks as though he's keeping it. So guys, that is Q1 over and done with. The drivers through to the second part of qualifying is Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll, Nico Hulkenberg, Max Verstappen, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, Sergio Perez, Valtteri Bottas, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton, Zhou Guanyu and Lando Norris, and knocked out in Q1, Logan Sargent, Pierre Gasly, Kevin Magnussen, Oscar Piastri, and Nick De Vries. Well, what a surprising Q1 that was. I did not think Gasly would get knocked out, or Magnussen. I had Magnussen qualifying 8th today. He was 10 positions worse. Shows you what I know. And yeah, Q2 will be underway in 2 or 3 minutes' time. What more surprises are we about to get? Let me just quickly... what do you call it? Do the dotted line for Q2 and get the position about right. And hold on, that's a bit too high up. There you go. So anyone, of course, in between those 2 dotted lines at the end of Q2 will be out in Q2 and miss the classic, as ever, top 10 shootout. Yeah, my Magnussen prediction has aged very well. Let me try and see if there's any news I can find. Not currently. But yeah, I'm very surprised at Gasly because he has been a lot of the time around this track in history. Very quick here. He was 6th in a Toro Rosso, 5th here in 2021 in an AlphaTauri. I think he was 8th on the grid or 9th on the grid. Was he? Last season here in Bahrain as well. He's always been quick here, is the point I'm trying to make. So for him to be 17th is really poor. Really poor. And yeah, Alpine, they are not that good at all. They were hiding nothing. Really. Nib saying, can every quali session be like that, please? Minus Oscar being 19th. Yeah, that was a really good Q1. And let's get into Q2, where we may get a big surprise. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton was only 13th in Q1. And Q2 will start in 1 minute from now. So, not long. Yeah, McLaren, they do look pretty slow. Because Lando Norris, we have to be honest, is pretty lucky to get through into Q2. Because he's only through to Q2 because he set his lap time before Logan did. In 16th, obviously he's at the same lap time. And yeah, McLaren in a pretty bad state. Gasly time deleted. Magnussen now 17th. So is Gasly now last? Let me just check that just to make sure. On the F1 website. Obviously they've got their live timing. Let me quickly look. Yeah, this time deleted, so obviously violated some track limits. God, how bad for Gasly. 20th. That is horrendous. So, there you go. At least Magnussen, Piastri and De Vries will start a position higher for the Bahrain Grand Prix. And yeah, here's a replay of, I think, Albon and him at the exit of turn 4. And I think Anthony Davidson just showing that Albon was just on the line. On the white line on the exit of turn 4. And that's why Albon is into Q2. Because, well, Albon... If he had his time deleted, I think Albon would have been relegated probably down to like 18th, 19th. So, yeah, lucky there, Albon. Unless they're going to delete it now and let possibly Logan Sargent into Q2. But I don't think we've seen anything to do with that. I think, yeah, Q2 has now started, guys. I will get the timer on screen at the 14-minute mark, which is in about 30 seconds from now. Yeah, Albon's time has not been deleted. So he is absolutely through. As there's Piastri doing the long trudge back to scrutineering. Don't look that disappointed, though. I don't think he should be that disappointed. I think it's the car, really, that's just horrendous. As there you go. Timer on screen now. 14 minutes to go. No cars on track currently in Q2. Obviously, in Q2 and Q3, you're only wanting to do 2 runs in each of those sessions. So, yeah, we're not going to see cars straight out onto track, out of the blocks. As there's Alonso in his garage waiting to be given the signal to go. Oh, yeah, one thing I wanted to say quickly was I can see we're on, 130 likes. Let's try and get up to 150 likes by the end of qualifying. That'd be good if we can, or by maybe the end of this stream. Let's try and get up to that. That'd be good if we can get that. And yeah, thank you guys so much, of course, for tuning in. But of course, we've still got plenty to get through in this stream. Q2 and Q3 still to come. And of course, I'll be reacting with you guys to what's happened here for probably 20 to 30 minutes after the session finishes. But still, nobody on track in Q2. The cars, I would say, at risk of getting knocked out. Obviously, Albon in the Williams, Norris in the McLaren, Alfa Romeo probably as well. You'd think Tsunoda and Ocon too. I do get a feeling, though, we might get a surprise. One of the top 4 teams possibly getting a car eliminated here. We saw it a couple years ago with Sergio Perez. With him, you know, getting knocked out. I think was it in like 12th place in 2021. I remember Gasly here in a Red Bull getting knocked out in like 12th place as well. Or 13th, something like that. As here comes Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. And yeah, cars are now starting to pile onto the track. And Lance Stroll already in turn 4 on his outlap. Everyone on soft tyres. And this is going to be probably the closest you see to what we're going to see in Q3. Because, of course, we are salivating to see what the real pace is between the top teams when there is no more to hide. And I think we might see as close to an indication as to what the pace is in this session. Because the top teams, they will want to make sure they get through to Q3. And they'll have to use quite a lot of what they've got to get through Q3. As Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez on track. And I think we've now got pretty much all the cars on circuit that are obviously running in Q2. Which is obviously 2 Red Bulls, 2 Ferraris, 2 Aston Martins, 2 Mercedes, a McLaren, an or 2 Alfa Romeos, an Alpine, a Williams, and a Haas car, and an AlphaTauri car. As here is Lance Stroll, who could be at risk of getting knocked out in Q2 if he doesn't quite get it together in this session. But let's see how he does with his first run as he now exits the final corner, opens the DRS, and begins the descent into turn 1. And let's see what he does with his steering into turn 1. Yeah, he's rotating his wrists now properly. And all losing the rear end a lot on the exit of turn 1. Not a great exit there, but at least he attempted the full rotation with his wrist. Because yesterday he was just pushing the wheel on the left-hand side with his left hand. As he does a 29.5 Stroll for the first sector. Which is good, but not great. As Stroll now heads down into turn 10. And Stroll now exiting turn 10. DRS wide open. And except for that little moment on the exit of turn 1, his laps looked very good. Alonso, though, has done a stupidly quick first sector. 4/10 quicker than Stroll. I know Stroll had an issue in that first sector, but bloody hell, that is a good lap. Not a good lap, a good sector from Fernando. Stroll, though, I think will be probably the first to do a timed run here in Q2. So I'll put him to the top of the timesheets. Let's see what his lap time is. It is a 1:32.3, which is very slow. If that's the best he can do, then he is absolutely going to be knocked out in Q2. That is, yeah, that's horrendously slow. As Esteban Ocon is up to second. Alonso is just coming into the final corner as Hülkenberg goes quickest now, with Zhou in second. I'll update that in a moment. As Alonso comes to the line and goes quickest on a 1:31.0. But again, very slow compared to what we've seen that Aston Martin do so far this weekend. So, yeah, weird. As George Russell now goes quickest on a 31.0. And Lewis Hamilton now goes quickest on a very quick lap. So Hamilton up to P1. And yeah, Russell second, Alonso third. Sainz is in fourth with Leclerc in fifth as Max Verstappen does a brilliant lap, a 1:30.5. And Sergio Perez goes second on a 1:30.7. And yeah, Red Bull stamping their authority in Q2. So Max is now P1 with Perez in second place. So yeah, Red Bull, that's the best lap times they've done in this weekend so far. Same for Mercedes. Again, though, Alonso, he is about what? He's about 0.2 of a second slower than he went in practice 2. So Alonso has a lot more pace in his car than he has shown so far. And the same goes for Ferrari. Because Ferrari, their best time so far is a 1:31.4, which equals almost the best time they did in practice 2 yesterday. So yeah, Ferrari and Aston Martin have got a lot more pace in that car than what they just did there. But let me just quickly do the full order before we get into the final runs of Q2. So Bottas is up to 9th. Lando Norris, very impressive, up to 10th. That'd be a superb result for McLaren if he got into Q3. And then you've got Zhou in 11th place, with Stroll 12th, Ocon 13th, Tsunoda 14th, and Albon 15th. It does feel like a lot of cars in that session went quite a bit slower than they went in Q1. I don't know why. By the way, we're only 4 likes away from 150 likes. Let's try and get to 150 if we can before the end of Q2. We're almost there, about 4 away. Obviously, hitting the like button does help grow the channel. As Lance Stroll, has his car just been in scrutineering, or is it about to be taken to scrutineering? It's about to be taken to scrutineering. Oh, this is bad. For Stroll, is he going back to scrutineering, or where is he going exactly? Because I thought they would have reversed him on, but are they just going to drive him on quickly? Yeah, he has to go through scrutineering. And what's bad for Stroll, as Alex Albon is on the track, he hasn't done a lap time, Albon. That's why he's in 15th. Just going for the single run, I think, to save some tyres. Lance Stroll He's got 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and he has to go through scrutineering quickly and still get out on track and get a lap in to get into Q3. As Albon runs a bit wide, and yeah, a second down for the first sector, and then he goes off track slightly at turn 5 and 6. So I think Albon's probably just going to, he's backed off, obviously, and he's going to try and again do a single lap. Logan Sargent there, watching on his teammate. Logan, honestly, I think should be so happy to out-qualify, Magnussen, De Vries, Piastri, Gasly, and, really not get into Q2 through something so pedantic, I guess you could say. I think that's a really impressive effort from Logan. And yeah, you should be really happy with that. And yeah, over 150 likes. Cheers, guys, for that. You're all absolute legends, as usual. Prank, what was pole last year? Pole position last year was a 130.5, which is also the time Max Verstappen has done in Q2. I think the tyres, though, not sure if they were softer or harder last year. But yeah, it was a 130.5. Max has gone slightly quicker than that pole time of Leclerc last year, because I think Leclerc did a 30.553 or something like that. And yeah, Verstappen has so far done a 30.503. But with almost 2.5 minutes to go, as Lance Stroll now back in the pits, and they've got to try and well, it looks like they've got his car ready now. A great job by Aston Martin. Yeah, with 2.5 minutes to go, your top 10, and on their way currently into Q3, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Sainz, Leclerc, Hülkenberg, Bottas, and Norris. And in the drop zone, Zhou, Stroll, Ocon, Tsunoda, and Albon. As Albon comes back into the pits, I'm guessing Albon is not going to come out again. That's a shame. Yeah, Zhou, Stroll, Ocon, Tsunoda in the drop zone. Can they find their way out with just under 2 minutes to go? Stroll, you'd have to think, has a good chance. Zhou maybe as well. Ocon, you would hope, has a good chance. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the drop zone is not really surprising, the drivers that are in it, but I think we could get a couple of improvements yet. As Esteban Ocon starts his final run in Q2, he hopes it is not his final run of qualifying. As he comes through turn 1 and turn 2. And car looked absolutely fine through turn 1, 2, 3. Hülkenberg's only a few seconds behind him on the track. 6 seconds, I think, behind him on the track. As Ocon, very good first sector. 4/10 quicker than Norris in the first sector alone. That is stunning. Hülkenberg's done a very good first sector. Only a 10th slower than Verstappen. Zhou also, even better first sector than Ocon. Yeah, looks as though we're going to get some serious lap time improvements as Ocon into turn 11. Car looks okay, nothing special. And his middle sector is so much quicker, 9/10 of a second up. Like I said, a lot of the teams with their first runs in Q2 went pretty slow, so you would expect a big gain in time. As Esteban Ocon now exits the final corner. And where does he go? To the line. He goes up to P4. That should, I think, be good enough. So Ocon up to 4th. Hülkenberg 3rd. For Haas, that is really good. And Zhou goes up to 9th place. Tsunoda stays in 14th. Bottas goes up to 8th. That's a checkered flag. Is now flying. Alonso is up to 2nd. He's done a much better lap time now. And here comes Lando Norris, who goes up to 8th. So Zhou is in the drop zone. Charles Leclerc was in the drop zone. Now goes quickest. The Leclerc up to P1 on a 1:30.2. That is a very good time from Leclerc. So in the drop zone, Carlos Sainz has improved. He's now up to, I think, 4th position. George Russell is up to 3rd. And Lance Stroll does his final run. And he does make it into Q3. Only just in 10th place. I say only just. He was 1/4 of a second quicker than Norris. But there you go. That is, I think, actually, hold on. Lewis Hamilton has improved. He is up to 4th place. And yeah, that is all of the order now. So, Q2, over and done with. Here is your final order. And here are the drivers that are going through to the final shootout of Q3. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Sergio Perez, Nico Hulkenberg, Esteban Ocon and Lance Stroll. And knocked out in Q2, the man on screen, Lando Norris, Valtteri Bottas, Zhou Guanyu, Yuki Tsunoda, and Alex Albon. And Q3 will be underway in probably about 3 to 4 minutes from now. And of course, that is a 12-minute long session. Have Ferrari legitimately got the pace to get pole position here? That was a great lap by Leclerc. I know Max did not do a faster lap at the end there like Leclerc did, but maybe Ferrari, they could be close enough. We'll see. And let me just have a look to see what you guys are saying in the chat. So guys, let me know. After Q1 and Q2, who do you think's getting pole position? Is it Verstappen? Is it Perez? Is it a Mercedes? I've got to say Mercedes have shown some pretty good pace here. They're not as bad as people made them out to be. They've looked pretty good so far. Will Leclerc get pole? Let me know in the chat right now. I want to hear from you guys before we get into Q3. Because, of course, during Q3, I won't be able to really, read out your comments as I'll be concentrating on the action on track. F1 good, very, says Nib. Who knows, says Brabham. Dylan Forrell still says Verstappen, but it's very close. And yeah, as I think Amlin, I think it is, says it's getting interesting and says they think Leclerc to get pole. Yeah, it is getting interesting. This is a lot closer than I expected it to be. And with so many good drivers up at the front, it's anyone's game, I guess. And we are not too far away from finding out who will be on pole position for an exhilarating Bahrain Grand Prix tomorrow. Remember, I'll be live at 1 p.m, 2 hours before the race starts, 1 p.m. UK time. Firstly, for the race preview. Niblo, of course, who's in the chat, he'll join me tomorrow for the race watch-along. The race starts at 3 p.m. UK time. And then, of course, after the race, I'll react with you guys to what's happened. And make sure to join us for that in what's going to be, like I said, a really exciting race. Nib says Max, Perez, Alonso. Opulent says Red Bull says hold my beer, 28.9 Max. If he goes and does that, that would be absolute filth from Red Bull Racing. as Alonso, we're just looking at in his car. No tyres on. He's just having a break, looking through his telemetry probably. Trying to see where he could go quicker. I still think Alonso, though, he can go quicker than what we saw in Q2. Because in Q2, he did a 130.6, I think, or a 130.7, which again is only 2 or 3 tenths of a second quicker than he was in practice 2. You would expect a bigger gain than that. So I think Alonso has a bit more to show us, as we are 2 minutes fully away from the start of Q3. God, I can't wait for this. This has got to be the most competitive Q3 we've had for the first race of a season in so long, since 2012 even. I know people may say 2021, but, you know, really that weekend, Red Bull quite clearly had the best car. Yeah, it really looks like, super interesting. Q3 is on its way. Just hoping that Red Bull don't have I just hope they don't show a load of pace, because, you know, it would be a bit depressing. And obviously I want there to be fights and competition, just like you guys, I'm sure, want as well. Tribe ban is AMR this good? Aston Martin, of course. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. Again, I think Alonso, I think he's still got more lap time that he can find. We do know, though, that Fernando is not at his best in qualifying. He is absolutely clearly at his best in a race situation. So, you know, it's not like you're going to see peak Fernando today, as Alonso wanting something, I think. As Q3, I think, is seconds away from starting, if it hasn't started already. And yeah, just the calm before the storm, which I absolutely love about Q3 and the way it works. Yep, Q3 has officially started. I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. So in about 45 seconds from now. I gotta say, yeah, despite what's going up front, big credit to Nico Hülkenberg. You know, first race back as a full-time driver. I know he obviously did this Grand Prix last year for Aston Martin. But, yeah, massive credit to him for such a good first race back as a permanent F1 driver. Looks as though he's not lost any of that speed. Obviously had a couple really good drives as a reserve driver for Racing Point in 2020. Did Hülkenberg. Remember, he was third on the grid for the 70th anniversary Grand Prix at Silverstone in August of 2020, which feels about a million years ago. Yeah, Q3 underway, and timer now on screen. And looks as though Ferrari are about to release their cars. There's Robert Schwartzman there doing the P1 finger, the Vettel finger to the screen. Like, yeah, we're going to get P1 here. As the two Ferraris are released. And yet, Ferrari, they were the team on pole last year. If they get pole tonight, or this afternoon, however you want to call it, then that is a very much a job well done, despite what happens tomorrow. Because I don't think many people expected Ferrari to be on pole position here after testing. As the third car on track is an Aston Martin, by the looks of it. I just don't know who exactly it was. Mercedes are still waiting. There's Piero Ferrari, the vice president of Ferrari, in the garage. And yeah, he's obviously hoping that Ferrari will pull off another pole position. And remember, here in Bahrain, Ferrari, this is one of their most successful tracks in the last 20 years. Ferrari have had pole here in 2004, 2006, 2007, 2018, 2019, and 2022. And even, I think, like 3 times, or 4 times actually, they've locked out the front row here in the last 20 years. So this is a good Grand Prix event for Ferrari. They've always been really competitive here. And you almost feel like, with this event, that if Ferrari do poorly here, then it's an omen for the season. Because of, just how well they've done here normally. Here, though, is Max Verstappen, your 2-time reigning and defending world champion, and he is about to start his first attempt at pole position for the 2nd time in his career in Bahrain, as he heads down to turn 1 now. And that Red Bull car looks absolutely nailed through turn 1, 2, and 3. As Perez only about 6 seconds behind Max on the track. And Leclerc for the 6-7 seconds behind Perez. And Max for the first sector at 28.7. Jesus Christ, that is a good time. That is a phenomenal first sector. And now into turn 10. One of the trickiest corners on the track, and Max deals with it perfectly. Now into turn 11, and yeah, that Red Bull car looks absolutely brilliant. And for the middle sector, he's done a 1 minute 7.3. Let's see how that compares to Perez. Perez 0.2 down. Let's see how that compares to Leclerc, who is just about to come up to the middle sector now. And Leclerc actually quicker. So Ferrari do have the pace here, as Max Verstappen goes P1 on a 1:29.8. We are below 90 seconds for the lap. Here we go, as Perez is up to second on a 1:30.1. And Charles Leclerc comes to the line and does a 1:30-minute lap exactly and goes second. Carlos Sainz goes into 4th place, as Lance Stroll goes 5th, and Aston Martin have only just released Alonso, and also Mercedes still in the pits. I didn't actually know that. I was concentrating too much on the track. But yes, Stroll is up to 5th. So maybe these teams are only going to go for that single run. Yeah, only 5 times on the board in Q3. And it is currently Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, and Stroll. And Ferrari, yeah, they have got the pace to get pole here. Leclerc not too far away at all. Very surprised how good of a middle sector Leclerc had. As the 2 Mercedes on track as well. And you've got to think that Alpine are going to be on the track as well with Ocon. Hulkenberg also on track. And yeah, Alonso on track as well. Here's a replay of Sainz at turn 6 and 7. Exit at turn 7. Loss of rear grip and had a bit of oversteer. And that would have cost him 10th and a half. Would he have gone ahead of Perez? Probably. No, actually, he wouldn't have. He's too far behind. So he'd still be in 4th place. But there is definitely more he can get out of his lap. As Leclerc, on that lap, guys, was only 1/10 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. As we've got 5 minutes to go in Q3, the shootout. And 5 minutes to go in qualifying as Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz and Stroll come in. And let's see now whether El Plan is going to work, as Fernando Alonso starts what's probably going to be his final run in qualifying. Can he get pole for the first time in Bahrain since 2005? 18 years since he was last on pole at this track. As he's already approaching turn 4, slamming the brakes. And that Aston Martin looks good. Doesn't extend the track limits. And the first sector is a 10th off Max Verstappen. If he's going to get pole, really, it's not a great first sector. A slight bit of oversteer on the exit of the turn 8 hairpin. Not too bad. Into turn 10. And Alonso, yeah, that looked very good from Fernando. Again, though, the middle sector is really where you get to see how well a driver is doing for their lap. And, oh, Fernando right on the edge of going off there, using the curve on the exit of turn 11. What's he doing for the middle sector? Quarter of a second down. This isn't great, and it's not good enough for Alonso if he's going to get pole position. This could probably put him up to 4th. But, of course, the top 4 currently still have another run to go to improve. As Alonso, doesn't have a great final corner and comes to the line in the Aston Martin. And Alonso goes 4th. And, yeah, Aston Martin just don't have the pace to fight in qualifying quite yet with Red Bull and Ferrari. As Nico Hülkenberg goes ahead of Stroll and up to 6th. Great lap there. George Russell into the final corner. He comes. The Mercedes have not looked good on their timed runs. Here comes Russell to the line. Slower than Alonso and only 5th. And for Lewis Hamilton, he only goes 7th. That's a bad lap for Hamilton. Only 7th. And Mercedes, yeah, they are. I think we'll see this definitely once Stroll does his. As Charles Leclerc is done. Unless he's quickly going to the toilet. No, looks as though he's done. So I don't know if there's an issue with his car or if Ferrari have decided that there's nothing, they have no tyres left or what. But Leclerc is done. He's out of the car, taking his helmet off. He is done. So he can't get pole. That is a shame. Just trying to see. I can't see anything on Twitter to point to maybe why Leclerc is not going out again. But yeah. But currently on an out lap. Oh, Nico Hülkenberg has had his time deleted. So Hülkenberg's 9th now. And if Hülkenberg does come back to the pits and not do another lap, then, he'll end up in 10th, which is still good for him and for Haas, but, yeah, obviously he did go ahead of Stroll. But what I was going to say, as Verstappen, Perez, Sainz are on their outlaps currently, and yeah, Hülkenberg coming back in, so is Alonso. Ocon, Sainz, Perez and Verstappen, they're going to be the only ones at the end of qualifying here to go for a final lap to the flag. But, what was I going to say? Yeah, Mercedes, yeah, not very good at all. And once Stroll, if he does a much better lap this occasion and maybe improves his position, I think Aston Martin might prove that they are legitimately quicker than Mercedes. But Max Verstappen needs to now, as he starts his final run in qualifying, needs to absolutely secure pole position. You've still got Perez out there in 3rd and Carlos Sainz out there as well. So it's not all over yet. As Max Verstappen through turn 4. How much can he improve by? And the first sector is pretty much level with what he did previously. What's Perez done for the first sector? He's 1/1000th of a second off. That's a very good first sector for Perez. What has Sainz done? Oh, he's not done a personal best, but it's only slightly slower than Max. As Ocon, and Stroll are currently on flying laps. As the checkered flag now falls, Lance Stroll has done another lap, but finishes up in 8th place. As here comes Max Verstappen to the middle sector point, and he's a 10th up. It's a purple middle sector as Ocon goes 9th. The Hulkenberg will start the Bahrain Grand Prix in 10th. Perez a 10th up on Max's best time. Perez might just get pole here. Sainz as well. Really close. He's only just under a 10th off Max after 2 sectors. As Verstappen comes to the line and goes about 2/10 quicker. Here comes Perez though. And Perez goes 2nd. But is only, a 10.5 off. Here comes Carlos Sainz. Can he go even quicker? He does. He goes up to 4th. But it is Red Bull locking out the front row of the grid. With Leclerc 3rd, Sainz 4th, and then Alonso 5th, Russell 6th, Hamilton 7th, Stroll 8th, Ocon 9th, Hulkenberg 10th. And that is Q3 and qualifying, guys, over and done with. And let me go through your final finishing order of qualifying. So Max Verstappen will start the Bahrain Grand Prix on pole position. Sergio Perez will start in 2nd. Charles Leclerc will start 3rd. I will try to find out why he didn't do a final run. Carlos Sainz will start 4th. Alonso 5th. Russell 6th. Hamilton 7th. Stroll 8th. Ocon 9th. And Hulkenberg in 10th. And then the rest of the field will be Norris, Bottas, Zhou, Tsunoda, Albon, Sargent, Magnussen, Piastri, De Vries, and Gasly. That is your grid for the 2023 Bahrain Grand Prix. Yeah, that was exciting, but very anti-climactic in the end. Astro Steve was saying anti-climax. Yeah, it was a big anti-climax. But, yeah. Why did Leclerc not do a final run? I need to find that out, because that, is interesting. Nobody seems to know on Twitter, so I don't think we know right now. I have no idea why Leclerc didn't do a final lap. But anyway, stick around, guys, because we are going to, for the next, 20 to 30 minutes, react to what has happened in qualifying. Let me know, guys, in the chat, what did you think of qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix? Who are your drivers of the day? I will do a poll in the chat asking for your drivers of the day. So, I will get up on in the chat soon. But, what do you call it? I'm obviously just going to post the link of the stream out a couple times so people can come join us for the reaction here. Come join us to react to qualifying at the Bahrain GP, and I'll just quickly post it on Twitter, and then we will get into some reaction here. Let me just do it again on Twitter. Come join us here to react to qualifying at the Bahrain Grand Prix. I'll just do a few hashtags quickly. And yeah, there you go. So, and let me just quickly do a poll in the chat. Just want to say quickly, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Let's try and get as close to 200 likes on this stream before the stream is over, if we can. That'd be great. Anyway, let me ask who you think driver of the day is. Qualifying? Who do you think driver of the day is for qualifying? And the options I will go for are Verstappen, say Verstappen, Hulkenberg, and then I'll put Norris and Sargent as well. I think those would probably be the best, like, or most eye-catching performances, given, you know, the respective performance of the cars. So there you go. Poll at the top of the chat. Make sure to vote in it, and I will get to your results before the end of the stream. My driver of the day would have to be Max Verstappen. Once again, the king of Formula One, on pole position, and given Red Bull's great pace, especially race pace, yeah, I think Red Bull are going to pretty comfortably win the Bahrain Grand Prix with Max Verstappen, who of course is the clear favourite for the championship. So yeah, Red Bull did the best they could, did great. Ferrari looked good, a lot better than I expected, but again, why did Charles Leclerc not do a final run? That is what I want to know. Why did Charles Leclerc not do one final run? And I am not seeing anything on Twitter, as in, like, why, you know, what happened. And I'm trying to see if I can find anything. And no, can't find anything at the minute. But yeah, my best guess is right. So Nib just told me that apparently Crofty said that Ferrari did not send him out for tactical reasons. Why does this fucking team do this all the time? I don't even know what to say anymore. I just give up with this team. Yeah, let's finish up in third because, yeah, we want to save an extra set of tyres, even though we're probably not going to win the race anyway because our tyre deg is terrible. This team makes me just want to headbutt a wall at like 1 trillion miles an hour. So annoying. If that is legitimately the reason, tactical reasons, then yeah, Ferrari, just get lost. That is... I didn't know Binotto was still team principal. They are worried about tyre wear, Chaz. I mean, yeah, tyre wear for them especially is going to be an issue tomorrow, but, you know, their chances of winning are not going to be any better in third and fourth than they would be if Leclerc potentially got pole. So, no. They should have gone out there and gone for pole. No excuses. Because, yeah, saving a set of tyres might help their strategy tomorrow, but if you look at the data, Red Bull look a lot quicker, so does it matter about them, you know, maybe saving a set of tyres? Yeah, just, again, doesn't make any sense to me. Shooting themselves in the foot So Super Kev, yeah. Already making excuses. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they'll, obviously we'll hear what Frederick Vasseur, the team principal, has to say when he speaks to the media. But yeah, maybe let's say he says that to me. Oh, it was a tactical reason. We wanted to save a set of tyres, and yeah, we're worried about, tyre wear for tomorrow. They could easily tomorrow, finish like 30, 40 seconds off the winner because they've got horrible pace, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, them saving a set of tyres. That's my point. They're not in a position where they've got like a super good car in race trim and they can afford to do that. That's my problem. Red Bull, I think they could probably afford to do something like that, but Ferrari can't. Ferrari have, this season they've got to be, executing qualifying in the best way possible this season if they're going to win a race. So for them to not even try is pathetic. I mean, if you try and fail, then at least you tried. But if you don't try, then I'm sorry, that is absolutely pathetic. And yeah, I guarantee you tomorrow they'll have horrible pace, probably won't be on the podium, and then it'll be back to doom and gloom and Ferrari falling apart and, just everything falling apart as usual, which is Ferrari for the last 15 years. Just falling apart and being torn apart by other teams. Some things never change, do they? So yeah, Ferrari, 3rd and 4th. Like I said, they had to get pole if they were going to win the race this weekend, and they're not on pole, so yeah, they're not winning. Alonso 5th, not a bad result. I think Alonso's still in a really good position to get on the podium tomorrow. I don't think Alonso is a contender to win, unless he makes up 3 positions on the first lap, which knowing him, he probably can do. I think he did it here before for Ferrari, where he made up 5 positions on 1 lap. But yeah, I think Alonso probably has a good chance of the podium. Mercedes as well. I think I've got a good chance of a podium because their race pace looks a lot better compared to, say, Ferrari. And they're a lot closer to Ferrari on race pace. Stroll, I think, did all right today. He was, half a second off? Or 0.6 off Alonso, which he's been averaging this weekend. And 8th place is not that bad. At least he's not got a midfield car ahead of him. And he can concentrate on trying to, get past someone ahead of him. Yeah, Aston Martin looks good. Mercedes, I wouldn't say they had a good day today, but I think they can have a good day tomorrow. Esteban Ocon, great job by him, 9th place. Yeah, best really that you could hope for Alpine. Hulkenberg, what a job he did today and has done this weekend. Norris as well, great job to get the McLaren somehow up to 11th place. Alfa Romeo, yeah, they're about where I thought they were, just outside the top 10. Tsunoda did pretty well. Didn't expect AlphaTauri to get into Q2, to be honest. Albon did well, obviously, to get into Q2. Sargent did really well today. Maybe could have outqualified Albon. Been a couple positions ahead of Albon, maybe, if he actually got into Q2. Magnussen, poor. Piastri, I wouldn't say poor necessarily, but yeah, car not helping. De Vries, not great. Gasly, very, very bad. So that's my verdict on, on qualifying and how all the performances were in 20 in the Bahrain Grand Prix qualifying session. I'm just trying to have a look on Twitter to see, if there's any confirmation as to what Ferrari's actual plan was. Good to see. I guess that master plans still live on, even even still live on after Binotto. Yeah, let's read out what you guys have to say, because I've had plenty to say, I think, and yeah, plenty of moaning and ranting about Ferrari, which, yeah, it's Groundhog Day, isn't it? I've been doing that for like 6 years on this channel, and nothing ever changes. That pole position, by the way, by Max was 0.8 of a second quicker than last year's pole. Pathetic is perfect as turbo, yeah, it is. Cheers, Chaz, says Astro Stevo. Thanks, mate, for coming along. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Turbo says, they know they're going to lose to Red Bull Honda. This stunt is just a pitiful attempt at damage control. This is a good comment from Robert. He says, Ferrari, meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. Oh, dear. Oh, fucking dear. It's like, I mean, I will give Fred, a chance, because his first race weekend, I mean, let's not pretend like Jean Todt, never made a mistake in his entire career when he was team boss, but yeah, it's not a great start, is it? It really is not a great start. Trying to see if I can find anything to do with why Leclerc not do the final run. I just want to see, absolute confirmation, I guess. Leclerc saying we were in the fight for pole, which is good, as a good surprise, to be honest. I think we're in a better starting with third with new tyres than starting first with old. Compared to Red Bull, though, is it going to make a big difference, really? Because Red Bull, I mean, they'll be on what? 2-lap-old tyres? Really? Is it going to make that big of a difference? I don't think it will. And I think Ferrari's tyre deck is that bad that I think Red Bull, despite being on maybe a couple lap older tyres, will still have better tyre deck than Ferrari will. So, yeah. Once again, they never disappoint. Ferrari Fan TV returns. Be good if there was a Ferrari Fan TV. It would just be lots of screaming and crying. Ferrari, for fuck's sake. Chaz, you're funny as fuck. Cheers. Opulence says, great shows with Chaz. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Best chat and race call worldwide. See you tomorrow. Cheers, mate. Opulence says, Hulkenberg for driver of the day. Astro Steve says, whoever the Ferrari strategists were, they need sacking yet again. How do they have jobs still? Well, to let you know, Inaki Rueda isn't the Ferrari strategist anymore. It's a new person. What's his name? Let me Google it. Ferrari strategist. It's not Rueda anymore. It is... Who is it? Ravin Jain. That is who their new head of strategy is. Clearly, he's just... based on this, he's a Inaki Rueda clone. I don't know what they're doing at Ferrari. Clearly, they've got either... That's the thing with Ferrari, is either it is literally that meme, that Binotto meme of master plan, or it is the worst possible strategy decision of all time. It's either one of those two things whenever they make a decision on their strategy, when it comes to tyres and that. There's no in between. It is either or with them. And yeah, I guess that's what's funny. looking through the chat, though, I think that's pretty much it. And you know what? I think I'm going to probably bring this stream to an end. Before I do, though, let's end this poll and see what you guys have to say. So, you guys voted, 73 votes. The question was, who do you think driver of the day is for qualifying? Verstappen, you went for. Most of you, 68% of the vote. Hulkenberg was second, with 24% of the vote. Norris third, 5% of the vote. And Sargent with just 1% of the vote. Yeah, thank you guys for voting on that poll. And yeah, I'd say Max was driver of the day. Today was just superb, as normal. And was never in doubt, really. That poll position, once, of course, Leclerc was not on track, it was always going to be Max's to lose at that point. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for coming along to all of the stuff we've done today. Obviously, we did a practice 3 stream earlier. We did a watch along for F2 and the sprint race and qualifying as well. What a day it's been. Thank the Lord that F1 and F2 and everything really is back. And of course, that was the main event, qualifying of Saturday. The main event of the weekend, though, is still to come. So this is the schedule. This is the next 2 pieces of content heading your way. So tomorrow, I will be live at 1 p.m. UK time. Firstly, for the race preview. Then we'll get into the race watch along. The race starts at 3 p.m. UK time. And then for about 30 to 45 minutes after the race, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the race. They're live from 1 p.m. all the way through till 5:30. And then I will upload a recorded video, which will be a review of some of the talking points of the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend on Monday evening. Make sure to check that out. So yeah, those are the next 2 pieces of content. Again, thank you guys so much for coming along. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up and hit the notifications bell so you can keep up to date with the content. Before you go, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And make sure to follow me on Twitter as well, at ChazHD5, and join our Discord server, link below in the description and probably in the live chat as well. That is a great place to be a part of our community here, and would be great to have you a part of our community. But guys, until the first race of the season tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK time, the Bahrain Grand Prix. Like I said, I'll be live at 1 p.m. for the build-up. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.